Chapter 462, Entering the Mystery Realm. Reverie _ What's going on? What's going on? Outside, the crowd was extremely impatient, jumping up and down and almost going crazy. They heard pa sounds earlier, and now this rapturous scream. What exactly was going on inside? It was impossible not to think wrongly. If it weren't for the fear of a heaven-grade alchemist's power and influence, someone would definitely have charged into the tent to see what was happening. After a while, the tent was opened, and Zhu Xian'er walked out, but without taking 2 steps, she reached towards her petite butt as if it was hurt. And watching her gait, it was clearly somewhat limp. It was over, their goddess had been defiled. Beast! Ling Han felt it strange. The 12 Skies mystery realm was a mystery realm that belonged to the North region. So why did a genius from the East region come? As the time approached day by the day, more and more people came to the mountain valley. For example, the Winter Moon sect, the Beast Emperor sect, and the like came in groups one by one, 10 people at a time. A great sect like the Winter Moon sect possessed several dozen entry quotas, and sects that were slightly lesser like the Great Sorrow sect and the Cold Water sect had a few to a dozen quotas. However, only these sects were qualified to receive entries, or either Leviathans like the Alchemist Society and Spirit Treasures Pavilion. However, the Alchemist Society didn't care at all, and the Spirit Treasures Pavilion gifted it to those on the prodigy roll. When the Winter Moon sect arrived, Ling Han saw Feng Yan. After 1 year, Feng Yan also advanced to the spiritual pedestal tier, even reaching the 2nd layer. His advancement speed was somewhat shocking. It seemed his bloodline had already completely developed. Wild strength berserk apes were shattering void tier beings in the ancient times, and when the bloodline was awakened, it had great benefits on improving martial arts. Additionally, he also had a spiritual infant tier teacher who could bring him endless resources. Before the flower blossom tier, it was acceptable no matter how fast one's progression was, but if it was still so after the flower blossom tier, then it would truly be frightening. Feng Yan also saw Ling Han and revealed a complicated look, but it immediately turned resolute, with blistering killing intent. He obviously knew Ling Han had become a heaven-grade alchemist, and normally speaking, he would never have a chance for revenge in this lifetime. However, Ling Han rose too abruptly and hadn't gathered the power that heaven-grade alchemists should have, so he still had a chance. Secretly killing Ling Han, especially in a mystery realm, who would know? This guy actually didn't attend the prodigy battle? Ling Han nodded inwardly and guessed that Feng Yan was at a key stage in cultivation, probably breaking through to the spiritual pedestal tier, the reason why he didn't make it in time. Everyone came to pay respects to Ling Han, who was a dignified heaven-grade alchemist and could be said to be the figure with the highest status in the North region at the moment. Even if the masters of the 3 greatest sects of the valley came, they would have to be respectful in front of Ling Han. However, this was North region, and the strongest were warriors of the spiritual infant tier. Even stronger elites couldn't come over without difficulty. Thus, for spiritual infant tier warriors, whether Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist or an earth-grade one really had no difference. This was called, when the cat was away, the mice would play, and North region was so. Spiritual infant tier warriors were the strongest in martial arts, just like shattering void tiers in the middle state, so they naturally didn't need to fear a heaven-grade alchemist. Of course, if several heaven-tier martial artists or deity transformation tier elites, followed by Ling Han's side, the situation would obviously be different. Although the mist in the valley had already dispersed, no one dared to enter. It was rumored that before the mystery realm officially opened, the valley when the mist dispersed was greatly inauspicious. Those who entered would most likely be killed, so everyone would rather stay outside a while longer. After an entire month's time, everyone entered the valley one after another. The major forces in the North region jointly controlled this mystery realm, and no one could enter without an entry quota issued by them. On the way, Ling Han took Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan on another path. When the time came, he would store the 2 inside the Black Tower and enter the mystery realm using the secret key. However, he didn't want to be target for all. The inheritance of the 12 palaces was too overwhelming. Even Flower Blossom and spiritual infant tier cultivators would extend their hands while disregarding his heaven-grade tier alchemist identity. Moreover, contending over opportunities inside a historic site, no one had to give anyone face, and at the worst they could just kill him, and if they could do away with witnesses, so what if they did? This time there were certainly Flower Blossom tier warriors that entered, like Ao Fong of the Winter Moon sect. Flower Blossom tier elites that weren't 50 years of age could definitely be considered young, conforming with the entry conditions of the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms. Moreover, the Beast Emperor sect, the Blood Flame Valley, and so on also had such geniuses who were highly ranked on the Prodigy roll 20 years ago, therefore, Flower Blossom tier warriors, or else it was quite normal to break through in the 80s. With Flower Blossom tier competitors around, Ling Han decided to be more low-key. Lu Yutong, Ken Yi, and the others took one path and dragged Zhu Xian along, heading to the bottom of the valley where the Mystery Realm's entrance was, whereas Ling Han came to a thick forest inside the valley with Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan, and seeing there was no one in the surroundings, he stored the two inside the Black Tower and took out the key of the Sagittarius Palace. Wang, the key immediately lit up as if it established a connection to a type of power in the mountain valley. Wang, a flash of brilliance wrapped around him, as his figure immediately disappeared. When he reappeared again, he was in an unfamiliar place. It was a barren land with round rocks everywhere, a field of gray. Is this a small world? Ling Han looked afar. In the ancient times, there were mighty cultivators who could separate a city, and even a greater place from the world, overlapping with the current world and forming a mystery land, a very miraculous feat. Such heaven-defying handiwork, Ling Han definitely couldn't do it in his previous lifetime. Just as he was about to let Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan out, he was startled, because not far from him, someone was teleported inside. People were randomly teleported after entering the mystery realm, appearing in different places. That was a very fine beauty, her skin white and sparkling as if it was a high-grade jade. She was tall with long legs and her bosom ample, extremely captivating. She was obviously somewhat at a loss, but very soon composed herself, and at the same time, she discovered Ling Han, revealing a vigilant expression. Fighting over treasures in mystery realms, everyone was a hidden enemy, so what if it was a heaven-grade alchemist? In here, the most important thing was to protect oneself. The spiritual chi here was really abundant. Updated by Box Novel. Ling Han retracted his gaze. After he advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, each spiritual pedestal layer constructed consumed endless origin power, so even for him, his cultivation progression speed now dropped to 3 months for increasing one layer. This actually wasn't slow. After 2 years, he would be past the spiritual pedestal tier. His base was so solid, and being invincible in the same tier, there naturally was a price to pay. However, cultivating in here, he only needed 2 months to increase by 1 layer. Unfortunately, 12 Heaven Mystery Realms only opened for a few months at a time. He was now at the middle stage of first layer, the spiritual pedestal tier. Without some special occurrences, he would only be second layer spiritual pedestal tier when he leaves. Ling Han suddenly felt a shred of crisis and immediately held a sword in hand, standing still. The girl in the distance thought Ling Han harbored killing intent towards her, immediately turning to run. Pang! A strange scene appeared. A rock stood up, smashing its fist forward, and the girl instantly was mushed into blood and pulp. Chapter 463, Rock Spirit. Reverie _ This was a golem. It shrunk its body earlier, as if an inanimate stone, but now it suddenly rioted, smashing a delicate flower-like beauty into pulp. The scene was a somewhat tragic. The golem wasn't huge, only a meter or so tall. Its head and limbs wormed out of its jagged body, which were also made of accumulated by pieces of rocks. Rock spirit, Ling Han said lightly. Heaven and earth had spiritual power that could birth all kinds of living creatures, and several of which weren't completely made of flesh and blood. For example, Ents, a race that was formed after plants possessed wisdom. For example, strange fire, another type of living creature that, at its pinnacle, could turn into the shape of a human, such that even normal martial artists wouldn't be able to tell it was different from a true human. The one he faced now was a rock spirit. The living spirits of the 5 elements had some things in common. They felt no pain like normal living creatures and were very, very hard to kill. Strange fire didn't have a physical body and couldn't be hurt by gravity. Only water-type arts could restrain it. The special trait of a rock spirit was its scary defensive power, like Ling Han's rock cliff body. Although it was incomparable to rare metals of the same tier, it was still extremely tough. After mushing the girl, the rock spirit turned to face Ling Han. Despite having no facial features, it still gave Ling Han a feeling of being stared at. This place may be a holy land for cultivation, but it's also a dangerous place. Ling Han muttered. However, if I can subdue a few rock spirits, then I could spread beans into soldiers, surely enough to give people a great surprise. The 1,000 Corpse sect thirsted for the spatial spirit tool in his hand that could accommodate living things for the purpose of hiding a large army inside when they launched an surprise attack. The effect of it would definitely be shocking. In the time he was lost in thought, the golem charged over and fired a punch, momentous and heavy, breaking through the speed of sound. A visible void instantly formed behind the fist, with chaotic burst of the sonic boom. Ling Han laughed, also greeting with a punch, and said, "Think I'm scared of you, let's see whose fist is harder." Pung! The 2 fists clashed as a shock wave instantly burst forth. The golem was sent flying, its right arm shattered. Ling Han was astounded. He didn't hold back in this punch, simply not using arts or fist chi, but it only shattered one of the golem's arm yet not made the golem explode completely. It could be seen how powerful the golem was and how tough its physique was. Against the golem, there was no need to hold back. Because the golem's shattered arm turned into infinitely small rocks that fell on the ground, but immediately began rolling as if it had its own life. When the rocks gathered underneath the golem's feet, the rocks fluttered and connected to the severed arm. In an instant, the golem's arm returned to how it was. Strange fire didn't have a physical body and wasn't hurt by brute force. On the other hand, the golem had a tough physique on top of its terrifying recovery power. Ong! The golem's head opened, as if cracking open a large mouth, unleashing a furious roar. It had never suffered such a great loss, having its arm shattered by someone else. Ting, 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 ting. It charged at Ling Han in large strides, and with each step, the ground trembled slightly, showing its terrifying mass. It fired another punch. Can't beat you into submission? Ling Han smiled and also fired a punch. Peng! The golem's right arm was shattered again, and this time, Ling Han didn't wait for it to recover, charging up and firing a flurry of punches. The golem's body was very hard, not much different from rare metals of the same tier, but it still couldn't be mentioned in the same breath after all, otherwise, it'd be Iron Man and not Golem. The rock spirit was somewhat lacking in defense when compared with the gold spirit, but its recovery power was strong. After receiving a dozen punches, the golem was completely shattered into bits and pieces, spreading all over the ground. However, these small pieces of rock immediately began rolling and recombining. Ling Han didn't stop it, but when it was about to finish reconstructing, he fired a punch and shattered it into bits and pieces again. The golem began to reconstruct, but every time it was about to finish, Ling Han would break it up. After 5 consecutive times, it finally stopped reconstructing, and the several hundred pieces of shattered rocks began to wriggle one after another, turning into several hundred small golems. Ong! These golems synchronized and roared in anger. Instantly, the pieces of rocks that lay on the desolate field all stood up. They were all golems. T. Ling Han was somewhat surprised that he actually landed in the den of golems. Was this luck extremely terrible or extremely good? Ong! All the golems roared towards the sky, echoing one another. Haha! Ling Han laughed loudly. With this many golems, he could organize a powerful army. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly come into the bowl." Peng, peng, peng. There were at least 100 large golems charging towards Ling Han, and the shattered golem took advantage to reconstruct. The life force and recovery power of these type of spirits were truly a bit overbearing. Ling Han greeted them by firing punches wildly at these golems. His battle prowess was too terrifying, sending a golem flying with each punch, but these golems were unharmed, immediately charging right back. Hard to take care of. Just the right time to polish his fist techniques. Ling Han launched the War Elephant Fist, and 7 flashes of momentous chi surged, evolving into 8 ancient war elephants that rammed into those golems. He pulled no punches as his battle prowess immediately rocketed and the war elephants dominated, crushing into pieces any golem that was touched. However, this only suppressed the golems and couldn't destroy the golem's strong recovery power. They still reconstructed, entering the fray again. Ling Han considered storing them into the Black Tower, but every golem had its own consciousness. It would be the same after shattering their consciousness to be unable to store them in the Black Tower no matter what. It seemed like they needed a taste of power before they learned a lesson. Ling Han unleashed the Demon Birth Sword. With the destructive power of a 10th tier spirit tool, would these golems still be able to recover after a strike of the sword? Once Demon Birth Sword was unleashed, the 10th tier spirit tool's vicious presence overflowed the area instantly. The golems lost some of their viciousness, beginning to hesitate. They were extremely vicious and merciless a moment ago, having no scruples at all, but now. You guys also know fear? Ling Han said, laughing. However, these golems were naturally vicious after all. They immediately regained their vicious attitude, rushing towards Ling Han. Ling Han swung Demon Birth Sword, and instantly 9 flashes of sword chi surged, sweeping towards those golems. The golems weren't highly intelligent, but they had instincts. Each one of them avoided the Demon Birth Sword's blade. However, they couldn't completely avoid the sword chi. Poo, piu, piu, many golems were instantly struck by the sword chi and sliced into 2. This time, the golems reconstructed much slower. The sword chi was slashed out by a 10th tier spirit tool, possessing terrifying destructive power. Even with the golem's recovery speed, they couldn't reconstruct immediately. Ling Han suppressed all the golems once again with his own might, showing his invincibility in the spiritual pedestal tier. These golems retreated one after another and gathered together, piling up into a human pyramid. Seeing these golems continuously drilling into each other's bodies, Ling Han couldn't help but be astounded, blurting out, could it be that these golems were all broken up from a huge golem? Chapter 464, The 10th Flash of Sword Chi. Reverie _ All the golems weren't very tall, about 1 meter or so, round and even a bit charmingly naive. However, they piled together and reached 10 meters height now. The massive physique no longer had any charm but was instead filled with coercive power. In an instant, the massive golem finished its reconstruction, firing a punch at Ling Han. Pa, 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 the speed of the fist was too fast, tearing open the air and forming ripples as the sonic boom sounded repeatedly. An intense fighting spirit arose within Ling Han as he laughed loudly and said, "Come, come, come, let us fight 3,000 rounds." He greeted with a punch. Pung! 2 fists greatly different in size collided and emitted an earth-shakingly loud sound, instantly forming a shock wave that pushed forward in all directions. A mushroom cloud rose up from where the two were standing, rising up to several thousand meters high, and dust filled the air. It went to show the power of this clash. Half of Ling Han sunk into the mud, and on the massive golem's fist were several cracks, which were being repaired at an extremely fast speed. In this punch, the massive golem's power took the upper hand, whereas Ling Han was superior as far as hardness of fists was concerned. Ling Han nodded inwardly. The massive golem didn't break past the threshold of the flower blossom tier, but the several hundred golems all had the power of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. How terrifying was it with all their power stacked together? If it weren't for the massive gap between the flower blossom tier and the spiritual pedestal tier, as a spiritual ocean tier, the golem's power would have long broken through the threshold of the spiritual pedestal tier. Ling Han raised his leg and walked out from the mud. At this time, the massive golem fired another punch, but this time, the fist was wrapped in a gray brilliance, appearing somewhat worrisome. Martial intent? Ling Han muttered. But could the spirit of the 5 elements cultivate like normal living beings? It was obviously impossible. This should be an inborn ability, just like strange fire possessing terrifying temperature, burning all things. Ling Han circulated origin power and fired War Elephant Fist, battling the massive golem head-on. Hong! 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 The two weren't in the flower blossom tier, but their battle prowess broke through the theoretical limit of the spiritual pedestal tier and could be called half-step flower blossom tier. Thus, their battle was also extremely fierce, and as the fists collided, their combined destructive power was shocking. Fortunately, this was wilderness, allowing them to battle to their heart's content. And Ling Han did. No spiritual pedestal tier warrior could possibly let him be so unbridled, and when encountering a flower blossom tier opponent, he would have to constantly think about how to stay alive and wouldn't be able to put all his spirit into the battle. Now it was different since this was truly an evenly matched battle. The massive golem's power was even slightly stronger than his, boasting even more surprising recovery power, allowing Ling Han to attack as much as he liked without having worry about killing his sparring partner because of using too much force. Hong, as he threw a punch, 7 flashes of fist chi were fired out. As expected, battles are the most direct and the fastest way to increase martial arts comprehension. Ling Han laughed loudly. But on second thought, it would be too wasteful to use such a rare opponent to polish fist techniques. Watch the sword. He unleashed the demon birth sword again and struck towards the massive golem. His grasp of the way of the sword was obviously higher than the fists, and compounded with the 10th tier spirit tool, the power was naturally even fiercer. Originally, the two were evenly matched, with Ling Han being behind ever so slightly, but now he immediately turned the tables, gaining quite an advantage. It was at least a 7-3 situation, and Ling Han held the 7. Ong! The massive golem let out a roar. If it were struck by sword chi, its recovery speed would slow down by 1-fold, and if it were sliced by the demon birth sword directly, then the recovery would slow down by 10-fold. The rock spirit probably didn't fear bodily pains, but no matter if it was demon birth sword or sword chi, both contained martial intent, which could be used to make assaults on the divine sense terrifying, making the massive golem immensely pained. If it had no divine sense, how could it be a living spirit? And if it had no divine sense, Ling Han would have long stored this guy in the Black Tower. However, the massive golem was truly tough and battled Ling Han non-stop even though it was clearly at a disadvantage, exposing its viciousness. Ong! It suddenly opened its mouth to roar, and a sound wave swatted at Ling Han like a tsunami. This was a large-scale attack, so Ling Han couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. Pooh! Ling Han groaned as blood oozed out from his nose and ears. The impact dug right into his body, affecting his relatively soft organs and brain, almost making him collapse right away. Oh man, if this were any other spiritual pedestal tier warrior, even one at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, they would have been heavily injured from that roar, possibly even imploding and dying. You also have an ultimate move, huh? Ling Han laughed loudly, his fighting spirit soaring. If the golem was easily taken care of, then there wouldn't be much point in fighting. He charged up, swinging demon birth sword and raising up endless winds and clouds. The two continued to lash out at each other. Ling Han's released his fighting spirit to his heart's content, and although there were quite a few injuries on his body, he felt extremely at ease, as if something was about rush out from his body. He knew that it was the 10th flash of sword chi. From 9 to 10 was a fundamental change. The 10th flash of sword chi could condense into sword ray, so it was also exceptionally hard to cultivate. However, Ling Han forgot about the 10th flash of sword chi, and about sword ray as well, only wishing to battle to his heart's content. This secretly coincided with the way of the heavens. Intentional pursuit simply equaled more haste and less speed. His action through inaction, following his heart, was the best path. He struck with his sword, and after 9 flashes of sword chi were fired out, a new flash of sword chi emerged. Although it was only a foot long, and disappeared on its own once it was fired, it was still a real 10th flash of sword chi. Haha! Ling Han felt even more satisfied, swinging demon birth sword. The 10th flash of sword chi soon stabilized and joined the other 9 flashes, bursting forth the power it should have. This was a fundamental change. From this point on, Ling Han could finally be called a true king amongst martial artists. Ling Han's battle prowess rose steeply and instantly suppressed the massive golems completely, striking the powerful rock spirit into continuous retreat without a chance of retaliation. Ong! The massive golem used his old trick and roared violently again, wanting to shock Ling Han with the sound waves. Break! Ling Han's eyes lit up. The demon birth sword struck as 10 flashes of sword chi flew out. Poo, piu, 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 the sound waves stormed over, but he sliced them into bits. The remaining waves were split into 2 and swept by his side, no longer being able to hurt him. Ha ha ha, the 10th flash of sword chi is powerful as expected. Ling Han laughed loudly, bold and unconstrained. The massive golem stopped its attacks, staring at Ling Han from afar. Huh, not going to fight anymore? Gonna admit defeat? Ling Han said smilingly. He was suddenly startled, for he saw the massive golem's body undulate like it wasn't a golem, but something made of water. It was extremely fierce, and what came after was its presence, which was advancing in an extremely powerful direction. Sh. T, this golem is about to advance. Chapter 465, Rock Spirit Advances. Reverie _ Hey, 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 no way. Is it really good to play this way? Ling Han sighed. He'd finally had the complete advantage and cultivated out the 10th flash of sword Kyle was perfect. But suddenly his opponent cheated, and no longer fought him on the same tier, rising to the flower blossom tier. How could he handle this? Ling Han was very freakish, currently only at the first layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, but his battle prowess was already halfway into the flower blossom tier. Even if he advanced into the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, his battle prowess would merely become just a stronger halfway into the flower blossom tier. How could the boundary of mortals be so easily surpassed? Even Rain Emperor relied on the power of the nation to forcefully push halfway into the flower blossom tier level strength to the full flower blossom tier. The power of the nation. Just how many people and martial artists did Rain Country have? Earlier, when the massive golem split into infinite small golems, it lay on the ground like an inanimate stone, probably absorbing the power of the earth and making its final efforts in breaking through to the flower blossom tier. Therefore, when he and the girl came, the golem was immediately alarmed because it was in the middle of a crucial period. The girl didn't notice and stepped on the rock, naturally making the golem feel danger and offhandedly smacking her to death. If someone were to poke the nose of a martial artist cultivating in seclusion, wouldn't the martial artist be infuriated to the point of wanting to kill someone? Currently, the massive golem couldn't beat Ling Han, and could only forcefully begin its breakthrough. Once it advanced into the flower blossom tier, killing Ling Han would be as easy as the turn of a palm. This wasn't just about revenge, but also its survival. It had to take the chance. Ling Han wanted to stop the golem from taking this step, but after a bit of thought, he gave up on this thought. He intended to subdue this massive golem, so the stronger it was, the better. The golem could cheat, but so could he. Small tower, can you intervene? Ling Han asked. This was a mystery realm and was its own small world. Small tower immediately said, although this is a small world and I've absorbed some source power, it's still not enough to conceal the power fluctuations when intervening. Ling Han was instantly disappointed. After all that, small tower still couldn't be used. It seemed like he could only stop the massive golem from breaking through or turn around to run. However, if the black tower was unleashed and if its power isn't used, I can still suppress such presence fluctuations, small tower continued. Oh. Ling Han was moved. If the black tower was unleashed and the massive golem was lured in, then inside the black tower, wouldn't this golem have to listen obediently even if it was a shattering void tier creature, let alone a flower blossom tier 1? He immediately made up his mind, allowing the massive golem to break through, thereby subduing a flower blossom tier rock spirit. Spirits of the 5 elements, each one possessed unusual abilities. The strange fire could support him in pill refinement, the rock spirit could nourish the land, the gold spirit could make weapons sharper and tougher, the wood spirit was the source of life and had surprising effects of healing, the water spirit could summon clouds and winds, relieving droughts. Ling Han waited silently for the massive golem's breakthrough. Since there was nothing to do, he summoned Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan out of the Black Tower and the 3 began cultivating together. The spiritual qi was too dense in here, forming spirit qi like mist. Cultivating 1 day could equal cultivating 10 days on the outside. Ling Han and Guang Yuan were martial arts maniacs and immediately went in the zone. Though Li Si-chan focused on pill refining, it was necessary to cultivate. She didn't have a strange fire, and the level of alchemy was restricted by martial arts. Therefore, she very soon began to cultivate as well. They all took a medicinal pill supportive to cultivation, furthering the cultivation speed. Only when they used up their soul power did they stop, and at this time, the massive golem was still breaking through. Rocks broke into pieces all over its body as its body was actually shrinking. Ling Han could clearly see that it wasn't that the massive golem failed, but conversely, the golem was walking down the path firmly. Flower blossom tier creatures transcended the mortal body, and for the rock spirit, it was the same. It condensed the essence within its body and cast off useless rocks, developing towards a higher level of life. What's that large guy? Li Si-chan finally had the time to ask. Rock spirit, a rare rock of the world that attained wisdom and turned into a living being, Ling Han said simplistically. It seems to be undergoing some sort of change, Guang Yuan said. Yes. Ling Han nodded. It's charging into the flower blossom tier. I'm waiting for it to successfully break through, and then to subdue it. Pooh. Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan spurted out at the same time, feeling that Ling Han had gone crazy. The flower blossom tier. Weren't those 3 words enough? Below the flower blossom tier, all were powerless ants, and no matter how freakish Ling Han was, he couldn't possibly compare with a flower blossom tier being. Unless he rose to the throne, allocating the power of the nation like the Rain Emperor did. Would the rock spirit show mercy because he was a heaven-grade alchemist? Obviously not. Young Master Han. Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan looked nervous all across their faces. No matter. Ling Han smiled slightly. He possessed the Black Tower, which was his greatest trump card. Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan obviously thought of it, although they didn't know what exactly the Black Tower was. They simply knew that Ling Han could hide in that place of absolute safety in a desperate situation. After they finished cultivating, Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan returned to the Black Tower. The massive golem could finish its breakthrough at any time, so they didn't want to be flustered when that time came. As expected, after another 2 hours passed, the massive golem suddenly let out an explosive roar. The sound waves soared into the sky, ripping into the clouds with terrifyingly shocking momentum. Its height shrunk to a little over 30 centimeters, but it was still much taller than normal people. However, compared to its previous height of 10 feet, it could be called a shrunken version. The flower blossom tier. This rock spirit already cast off its mortal body and advanced into the tier that all living beings dreamed of. It was different, completely different. This massive golem's presence was like the ocean and a pattern appeared on its torso. It seemed like a character, and also a bit like a pattern, impossible to differentiate. It was old and rustic, as if an ancient language that existed in the primitive times. The massive golem looked at Ling Han in a lofty manner. Although it didn't evolve eyes, its feet slowly left the ground, floating in midair. The flower blossom tier beings could fly. A chubby golem floating in midair, this scene was a bit funny. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Blockhead, come hit me." At the same time, he sent a thought to Small Tower. "You can begin." Small Tower didn't respond and just directly unleashed the Black Tower. Wang! A pitch-black tower appeared, only a few meters big at first, but it immediately enlarged, reaching several hundred meters in size. A door opened at the bottom and revealed an indistinct entrance. Looking from outside was a blur of chaos, nothing could be clearly seen. The Black Tower was extremely plain, neither having the gold words of indestructible golden scroll floating, nor raising an ancient and primitive presence. It was ordinary as ordinary could be. Ling Han knew that small tower controlled the circulation of Black Tower's presence, or else, if it leaked out, it would attract the attention of powerful beings from the higher realm, directly breaking into this realm to seize the Black Tower. Blockhead, come into the bowl, come into the tower. Chapter 466, Subduing the Rock Spirit. Reverie _ The massive golem went berserk. A puny being of the human race actually dared to provoke it time and time again? Especially when it had advanced to the flower blossom tier, which was an increase on the level of life, surpassing Ling Han by countless times. If its intelligence was normal, then it would definitely have scruples about the Black Tower that suddenly appeared. However, the rock spirit acted based on instincts. It instinctively felt that the Black Tower was quite ordinary, so what did it have to fear? Xiao, it immediately soared through the sky as a terrifying presence swirled by. Even the ground was trembling. Ling Han's face turned pale and his skin rippled. This wasn't as simple as mental oppression. The flower blossom tier presence could be physicalized, especially the special type like the rock spirit, birthed by heaven and earth. The oppressive power of it was too strong. Ling Han slowly retreated, arriving at the Black Tower's entrance. Ong! The massive golem soared over. With one punch, it was going to crush the human who dared to shatter its head and hands repeatedly. Ling Han retreated once more, and Xiao, his entire person, entered the Black Tower. The massive golem didn't hesitate and charged right in. Seeing that Ling Han wasn't far from it, its viciousness instantly erupted. It launched itself over, throwing a punch onto the top of Ling Han's head. It wanted to smash Ling Han into pulp. Freeze! Ling Han said lightly, and the massive golem's movements suddenly stopped. In the Black Tower, he was the dictator. At this time, Small Tower already turned Black Tower into a microscopic seed. Even unleashing the Black Tower and controlling the leaking of the presence was a burden for Small Tower. It would consume source power, which it naturally didn't want to waste. The massive golem was a bit baffled. Why could it suddenly not move? Its intelligence apparently wasn't enough to figure it out as it shook its head abruptly, as if racking its brains. Ling Han laughed loudly and swiped his finger, and the massive golem immediately turned upside down. Ong! The massive golem opened its mouth to roar and a sound wave instantly stormed over. Freeze again! Ling Han said lightly, and the sound wave stopped abruptly, freezing in midair as if time could be stopped. He walked over and casually kneaded the curved sound wave into a ball, and then pressed towards the massive golem. Pang! The sound wave's power erupted and instantly sent the golem flying, even blowing a dent in the massive being's chest. Now that the golem advanced into the flower blossom tier, the power of the sound waves it released naturally increased, and it was also kneaded together, exploding on one point, which was even scarier. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Blockhead, you convinced yet?" The massive golem got up. The shattered rocks immediately flew towards its chest as if it was made of water, quickly recovering too as it was not even an injury could be seen. It stared fiercely at Ling Han, and Xiao launched itself once again, attacking towards Ling Han. Ling Han casually moved his fingers. This powerful opponent who could put up a fight against him at the spiritual pedestal tier had no power to retaliate at all even though it advanced into the flower blossom tier. The massive golem was truly tough as nails, no matter how Ling Han tormented it, shattering it into thousands of pieces and stopping it from recovering, it wouldn't surrender. Every time Ling Han released it, it would attack at Ling Han fiercely. Ling Han couldn't help but lose his patience. Just how long would this continue for? Let me. Small Tower appeared and swayed gently. Pa! A scene that made Ling Han's eyes drop out appeared. The massive golem actually knelt down facing the Small Tower. It was clearly a golem, but Ling Han actually saw the sincerity on its face. What the heck? If he'd known small tower was so kick*ss, he'd have let it take the matter. Ling Han knew that a being birthed by the earth like the rock spirit had absolutely no fear of death, and for them, death was only returning to heaven and earth. They were proud because they were birthed by heaven and earth, standing high above and looking down on the masses. So no matter how Ling Han suppressed it, it would only incite the anger and unyieldingness of the rock spirit. However, small tower's level of life was far beyond the rock spirit's, as if born a king, so the rock spirit could only kneel upon seeing small tower. Small tower trembled slightly and emitted wave after wave, while the rock spirit nodded repeatedly, as if the two were communicating. After a while, the massive golem got up and walked obediently to Ling Han's side, rubbing Ling Han's shoulder with its head like a dog. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched. The wild and intractable large fellow earlier was obedient like a dog right now, making him somewhat unable to accept it. Master. The golem telepathically sent a divine sense message. The rock spirit was the same as the fire spirit, unable to open its mouth to speak, but they didn't need to, since they could inherently use telepathic thoughts, crossing the language barrier. Ling Han laughed and said to Small Tower, "What did you say to it that made it so obedient?" "I told it that you're my master, so naturally it's master too," Small Tower said indifferently. "That easy?" Ling Han sighed with all sorts of feelings. Black Tower was too kick*ss, subduing a flower blossom tier rock spirit that easily. If it were someone else, even if a shattering void tier warrior came, it would be useless. At most they could smash the rock spirit into bits and pieces, but not subdue it. "Master, hungry, eat stones." The massive golem sent Ling Han another thought. Crap, why'd he get another chowhound? Ling Han palmed his forehead. This big fellow shouldn't be as gluttonous as Hunyo, and should be like strange fire. Eating was a necessity to strengthen itself. Strange fires could devour other strange fires to advance itself, while rock spirits devoured other rock spirits. He immediately thought of heavenly luck stone, which was also a rare stone birthed by heaven and earth, but he hurriedly shook his head. This thing could foster a genius, and giving it to the rock spirit to devour would be too much of a waste. There were many rare stones in the world. Ling Han nodded and said, "Follow a boss like me, there'll definitely be rocks." The massive golem smiled simple-mindedly, foolish like a rash fellow. Ling Han looked at the golem and suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly said, "You can change your body as you wish." "Oh, right, first I'll have to give you a name. There's already Small Tower and Small Fire, you'll be called Small Rock." The massive golem naturally wouldn't be against it, simply nodding its head and sending a thought of approval. Ling Han had it raise 36 pillars on top of its head. They were very short, only the length of a finger. The massive golem didn't know why, but simply did so obediently without asking. It was as if it had suddenly grown hair. It works. Ling Han sent it another thought, having it change the locations of the pillars, and forming a mysterious pattern. It wasn't that Ling Han was doing it for fun. Earlier, he suddenly thought that since the rock spirit's body was extremely solid, only a bit inferior to rare metals of the same tier, would it work if he carved the heavenly thunder dipper formation on it? This was an endeavor, and if it worked, he would carve 6th tier formations and 7th tier formations on it in the future. Chapter 467, A Special Formation. Reverie _ Ling Han was a man of action, doing what he thought of. He immediately carved formation patterns on the massive golem's hair, and these 36 strands of hair were the formation eyes. It had been quite a few days since he received Tiandu Thunder Star Array. He had long figured out the formation patterns, but lacked the materials to form it. Now a large piece of material was placed in front of him, instantly making him eager to give it a try. He had already carved the formation patterns on rocks earlier, so it was now a piece of cake. After advancing into the spiritual pedestal tier, his divine sense also increased by a whole lot, so he could carve 3 formation patterns in one go now. After resting for 5 to 6 hours, he could carve 3 more formation patterns. Calculating in this way, he could carve 10 or so formation patterns in a day, and in less than 4 days, he created all 36 formation eyes. Inside the Black Tower, there wasn't the Tao of heaven and earth. Ling Han summoned the massive golem and said, "Unleash formation eyes." Tseng, 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 pillars rose from the top of the massive golem's head, forming a formation, and instantly, the formation patterns lit up and gathered the power of heaven and earth as the entire formation became woven with white lightning. The massive golem fired a punch. Z, 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 the flashes of lightning were also fired out. Its prowess was impossible and terrifyingly shocking. Ha 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 ha. Ling Han guffawed, appearing extremely satisfied. This was truly a moving formation. He stroked his chin as he thought of the formation patterns on Yin Hong's body, forming an astounding defensive effect which blocked even Hunyo's attacks. This proved that the human body could also act as formation eyes, and his sudden idea was also inspired by this. I've already cultivated to iron sheet body and the toughness of my physique is comparable to rare metals of the same tier, so I should also be able to tolerate the power of heaven and earth drawn in by the formation patterns, as long as the formation's tier doesn't surpass my tier, Ling Han said pensively. If he could carve formation patterns like that of Yin Hong, his defensive power could increase another level. Having stayed here for 4 days, it's time to depart. Ling Han stored the massive golem inside the Black Tower. It was a lot easier to deal with now since the massive golem was loyal to him like a dog, so it naturally wouldn't resist his divine sense. Ling Han advanced with Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan. They actually didn't know where to go, but anyway, they'd move along first. This wasn't a real world. There were clouds covering the skies, there was also the difference of day and night, which was the change of light and dark, but there was neither a sun nor a moon. The three walked for a while, and the wilderness was already behind them. A vast plain appeared in front, and the carpet of grasses covered the insteps of their feet. Gentle winds breezed by, making them feel at ease. "Wait," Ling Han suddenly said. He walked forward a few steps and parted the grass with his feet, immediately showing bones with traces of blood. Guang Yuan also walked over. After examining for a while, he said, "This is a human collarbone." Ling Han nodded and said, "It should be of a martial artist who entered, but if the injury was man-made, it wouldn't possibly just leave a piece of bone. Moreover, by the looks of the cracks, it seemed to be forcefully gnawed off by sharp teeth." Beasts, the three of them concluded at the same time. Why wasn't there any before? Li Si-chan was somewhat puzzled. Ling Han pondered, then said, "The territory earlier was small rocks, so beasts didn't dare to intrude. From this, it can be confirmed that this beast or beast pack probably doesn't rival small rock." Li Si-chan and Guang Yuan didn't dare to be careless. The rock spirit was at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier before, and only Ling Han could care less about it. One of them was at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and the other just entered the gushing spring tier, far from the rock spirit's previous power. They continued to advance, and after another stretch of road, a foul wind suddenly swept by. "A beast's den," Ling Han immediately said and leapt out. After a few leaps and landings, he found a barren land on the field of grass and dug a hole. The foul smell came from within. Seeming to hear Ling Han's voice, a beast wormed out of the hole. It was just 3 feet long, dusky all over, and somewhat like a wolf, but its mouth was flat as if a duck's. Flat-mouthed vicious mongoose. Ling Han revealed a smile. The leader of vicious mongooses could have king-tier bloodline, which is greatly tonic. Even a normal vicious mongoose was in the spiritual ocean tier, breeding it in the Black Tower to eat later on. It would definitely be tasty enough to make one drool. "Si-chan, you go back first," Ling Han said and waved at Li Si-chan, sending her into the Black Tower. "Master Han, then I'll go fight first." Guang Yuan shouted loudly and charged out. Although he was at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier before and also received Ling Han's pointers, learning War Elephant Fist. His battle prowess was quite out of the ordinary amongst spiritual ocean tier warriors. However, this was a beast den. Vicious mongoose wormed out one after another, and at least several dozen of them were at the spiritual ocean tier. The last few were at the spiritual pedestal tier and had a special divine light. On their foreheads was a pattern that emitted an ominous glare. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Old brother Guang, all the spiritual ocean tier beasts will be up to you, and I'll be responsible for the few spiritual pedestal tier ones. But don't you kill them, these will be our delicious meals afterwards." "Master Han, this request is somewhat high." Guang Yuan launched attacks while complaining to Ling Han. There were at least 4 vicious mongooses that reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was somewhat difficult for him to win, let alone subdue them without hurting them. Ling Han laughed and said, "Can't do it? I'll try my best." Guang Yuan clenched his teeth and raised both fists, attacking the vicious mongooses. The few spiritual pedestal tier vicious mongooses wanted to go up to support, but Ling Han blocked them. "Your opponent is me," Ling Han said smilingly and casually threw a few punches. Peng, 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 these vicious mongoose were beaten down. Within the spiritual pedestal tier, there really were very few existences that could fight against Ling Han. He stored these vicious mongooses inside the Black Tower, then watched the battle between Guang Yuan and the other vicious mongooses. He was slightly startled, feeling a shred of a dangerous presence, and couldn't help but turn around, noticing an old vicious mongoose wormed out the hole. The edges of its hair had already turned grayish-white, but it emitted a presence that made Ling Han not dare to be careless. As expected, a king tier. Ling Han's eyes lit up. This was an old vicious mongoose at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Despite its apparent strength, possessing king tier bloodline made it different. Its battle prowess far surpassed the normal 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. However, it was a king against a king. Ling Han naturally wouldn't be at all frightened, smiling as he said, "Old brother Guang, you're just about to charge into the spiritual pedestal tier once again. This king tier beast just happens to be able to aid you in making this step." "Much obliged, Master Han." Guang Yuan was exulted. Charging into a great tier naturally needed the support of a huge amount of energy, or else one could only accumulate through time and then form an explosive burst, charging through in one go. However, this took a lot of time, and second, it might not succeed. However, a king tier beast would make it different. The blood and flesh essence were like treasured medicine, and could definitely provide enough energy support. Chapter 468, Bone Patterns. Reverie _ The old vicious mongoose appeared extremely furious. These 2 humans not only snatched its juniors, but also wanted to eat it, truly having no idea of death. It was a king amongst beasts. Ling Han didn't want to waste time and exploded with all his strength right away, unleashing the demon birth sword and thrusting it at the old vicious mongoose. The old vicious mongoose was extremely intrepid. A king tier meant standing at the peak of this tier and represented invincibility. The vein-like lines on its forehead lit up as it leapt out extremely quickly, and in a flash appeared before Ling Han's chest, opening its mouth and biting at Ling Han's throat. Certainly quite fast. Ling Han smiled slightly and raised his hand, blocking the old vicious mongoose's sharp teeth. In terms of speed, the old vicious mongoose was fast, but it wasn't at all comparable to Hunyo. With a snap, the old vicious mongoose bit Ling Han's palm, wanting to bite off this human's arm. However, as it bit down, only countless sparks burst forth. It couldn't help but be shocked. Was this guy actually a human? How come his palm was so solid? It clearly didn't feel the fluctuations of origin power, so it was simply the defense of Ling Han's flesh. What the FCK, its teeth were even loosened. Ling Han countered with a punch, and the old vicious mongoose was instantly sent flying. He was slightly startled as he said, "It actually didn't die?" As expected of a king tier beast, taking Ling Han's punch right on without dying. The old vicious mongoose burst into anger. What did king tier represent? It was invincible in this tier. And when a king encountered another king, then victory depended on whose tier was higher. Ling Han was only at the 1st layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, while it was 9th tier, obviously having the absolute advantage. However, it lost, which made it extremely out of sorts. Moreover, Ling Han actually wanted to kill it with one punch, feeling sour from not killing it in an instant. SHT, it was regarded with such contempt. The old vicious mongoose attacked again and opened its mouth, spitting out 9 flashes of air blades that swept towards Ling Han. As expected of a king amongst beasts, cultivating 9 flashes of qi. Ling Han complimented. A king amongst beasts originally had surprising battle prowess, and on top of the qi that only kings amongst martial artists could form, its battle prowess was naturally even more frightening. Shio, 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 9 flashes of air blades flew in unison, violently slashing at Ling Han. Each air blade had complex vein-like patterns winnowing, emitting an ancient and grand presence. Ling Han was slightly startled. These vein-like patterns made even him feel nervous, showing that it was no trivial thing. He didn't dare to be careless and pushed out the demon birth sword, greeting the air blades. With a slash of a sword, 9 flashes of sword qi also flew in unison. When the sword qi met the air blades, both were annihilated. Ling Han was shocked again by the terrifying martial intent. The sword qi he used the demon birth sword to fire out only tied with the air blades his opponent spat out. Was this the true strength of a king amongst beasts? Come fight. Ling Han's fighting spirit soared. Earlier, he knew that the old vicious mongoose was a king amongst beasts and was still absent-minded, seeing it as a minion, but after this attack, he finally took it seriously. He waved the sword and used a new sword technique, Thunder Fire Sword Technique. This was an earth-grade technique that could only be cultivated at the spiritual pedestal tier, replacing the phasing out 4 seasons sword technique. After so many days, he had already grasped this sword technique proficiently, and as the long sword was swung, sounds of thunderstorm rumbled and raging flames burned. He had a 5-element spirit base, and his origin power could be converted into any of the 5 elements, so there was naturally fire in this sword technique. However, he didn't cultivate thunder-type arts, so he could only rely on sword intent to accumulate the thunder element within heaven and earth to form the thunderstorm. The power of it naturally decreased a bit. Earth-grade techniques were powerful, compounded with the sharpness of a 10th-tier spirit tool. Ling Han naturally took the high ground. He gave a long holler and the 10th flash of sword qi shot out, instantly increasing his might sharply. 10 flashes of sword qi versus 9 flashes. This was an inherent difference in quality. Against such might, the old vicious mongoose naturally retreated one step after another. It certainly was a powerful king, but unfortunately, it encountered someone even more freakish, so it could only swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. After 100 more moves, Ling Han killed the old vicious mongoose. He hurriedly took the old vicious mongoose's corpse inside the Black Tower. This was a king amongst beasts, wasting even a drop of blood was a huge loss. Ling Han processed it skillfully, peeling off its skin and breaking its bones ever so swiftly. Before, he was definitely not so practiced, but after picking up the Chowhound Hunyo, he became quite agile in sorting out food. What? He found an unusual spot on the old vicious mongoose's cranium. There was a flower pattern on it, extremely complex. This is very similar to the vein-like patterns on the air blade it's fired out. Ling Han recalled as he said, precisely because it was blessed by such martial intent, the air blades were able to rival the sword qi fired out by Demon Birth Sword. Could it possibly be due to this piece of its skull? He was a heaven-tier elite in his former life anyhow, and in the depths of historic sites, he encountered quite a few powerful beasts, lacking opponents that were king-tier. However, he'd never discovered one with bone patterns on its bones. He looked closely again and his spirit was instantly attracted by the pattern on the bones. The static patterns seemed to come alive, wriggling and changing as if expounding the Tao of heaven and earth. Got a real treasure. Ling Han felt a rush of excitement. He was certain that additional power of the old vicious mongoose's air blades came from the bone patterns. If he could thoroughly grasp it, then the qi he fired out would increase drastically in quality. Almost forgot Guang Yuan. He flashed out of the Black Tower and saw that Guang Yuan was still battling fiercely with the other vicious mongooses. He was injured at least in a dozen places, but on the side lay several mongoose dead, but unconscious. If it weren't so, being able to kill his opponents, Guang Yuan definitely wouldn't be so in such a tight corner. However, to capture an opponent alive and to kill an opponent were two tasks definitely on different levels of difficulty. Ling Han nodded inwardly. Guang Yuan's battle prowess increased a lot. Cultivating the spiritual ocean tier again wasn't a bad thing for him before. He broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier in a rush and his foundation wasn't particularly firm. Walking the old route again, he had the experience to correct previous mistakes, and secondly, he wasn't in a rush to charge into the spiritual pedestal tier and could firmly solidify his foundation. In another half hour or so, Guang Yuan finally seized the remaining vicious mongooses, and then let out a bright laughter. Master Han, thankfully, I accomplished the mission. Ling Han nodded and said, go recover origin power. After you adjust to your peak state, charge at the spiritual pedestal tier. The spiritual chi here is extremely abundant and will be of great help in breaking through. I'll refine out the blood and flesh essence from the old vicious mongoose to aid you in your final accumulation. Thank you, Master Han, for your help, Guang Yuan said gratefully. If he followed another person, who would be willing to spend a king tier's beast's blood and flesh essence on a subordinate? Just from this point, he was willing to plunge into raging fire and boiling water for Ling Han. Chapter 469, Fishing. Reverie _ Ling Han boiled the old vicious mongoose and let Guang Yuan have the majority of the essence, while he and Li Si-chan ate a small portion. Afterwards, Guang Yuan immediately cultivated in seclusion again to charge at the spiritual pedestal tier, while Ling Han and Li Si-chan also received a good deal of benefits as they began to charge at the barrier of a small tier each. The higher the tier, the more solid the barrier of a small tier was, not easily broken through. It was alright below the flower blossom tier, but later, each small tier would be as hard to break through as if a large tier, needing the support of worldly treasures and medicinal pills. It could be said that before the flower blossom tier, the effect of medicinal pills was to help martial artists quickly complete the accumulation of origin power, and from the flower blossom tier onwards, the importance of medicinal pills further increased, having the effect of helping one break through the shackles of a tier. The blood and flesh of a king tier beast could be seen as a treasured medicine of the same tier, so the effect naturally worked like a charm, helping the three accumulate origin power to charge into a higher tier. After 2 hours, Ling Han was the first to complete a breakthrough, advancing into the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Following him was Li Si-chan, who reached the third layer of the gushing spring tier, although that wasn't high. With her talent in martial arts, cultivation, and age, she could be counted as a genius back in Rain Country. Taking advantage of the time while Guang Yuan was breaking past the threshold, Ling Han took out the piece of bone branded with the pattern. It was clearly just a bone pattern, which seemed to be formed naturally, but it gave Ling Han a profound feeling, as if it was some sort of extremely advanced art shown in the form of a pattern. He diligently tried to figure it out. The bone pattern evolved continuously within his consciousness extremely complexly. I have to grasp it, this'll raise my battle prowess by a great deal. Ling Han said. Saying so was easy, but doing it was too hard. Other than indestructible heaven scroll, it was the first time Ling Han encountered an art that he couldn't immediately comprehend, making him both surprised and even more interested. The old vicious mongoose was only at the spiritual pedestal tier, yet it could grasp the bone patterns, so was he inferior to a beast? 2 days passed. Guang Yuan finally came out of seclusion and returned to the spiritual pedestal tier. Congrats, big brother Guang. Li Si-chan said sweetly. Her indifference was only aimed at outsiders. Guang Yuan was overcome with joy. He never would have thought that only after half a year, he would return to the spiritual pedestal tier, and be even more powerful. If he encountered Duan Jingji again, he was certain that he could kill the other with his own abilities. Thank you, young Master Han, for your help, he said to Ling Han, half kneeling. Ling Han nodded and stored away the old vicious mongoose's skull. In 2 days' time, he couldn't comprehend the bone patterns, so his mood soured. They set out. An indistinct pillar of light soaring into the sky could be seen in the distance, as if guiding their path. Since none of them knew where to go, they decided they might as well walk towards that direction. After half a day, a lake appeared in front of them. Even without approaching it, a terrifying chill assaulted them, making their blood feel like it was being frozen. At least 100 people surrounded the side of the lake they were actually fishing. These people came in not long ago and were definitely not natives of this world. It was unheard of that there would be locals here. Ling Han's gaze swept by and saw his older cousin Yukayu. This guy was taking a massive net and waving it towards the lake, then drawing it up. His upper body was bare to the waist, revealing sturdy muscles. Was he perhaps showing off? There were so many people fishing, which meant the fish here were definitely not ordinary. Ling Han walked over and set off origin power, resisting the chill. Fortunately, although the chill was thorough to the bones, it was still resistible as long as one reached the element-gathering tier. Apparently, the chill came from the lake, but the surface of the water was marked with ripples but no sign of freezing over, appearing extremely strange. Master Ling. My respects to Master Ling. Ling Han walked over. Quite a few people paid respects to him, and of course, there was a minority that ignored him, thinking that they had no requests for Ling Han to refine pills, so was it worthwhile to bootlick? It was still mainly because Ling Han was too young, making people envious. Otherwise, if he looked like an 80 or 90 years old man, it was guaranteed that the youngsters here would give him face. It couldn't be helped that youngsters were proud and arrogant and could only accept lowering their heads to the older generation. Ling Han was so young, even younger than most of the people here, naturally making people envious and unconvinced. Ling Han wasn't so idle as to make everyone be sincerely convinced about him. He smiled and nodded, asking someone, "What fish are you catching here?" "Absolute cold ice heart fish," the person said, then suddenly started, and pulled on the bamboo pole, fishing up a foot-long white fish. Its stomach was transparent white and its insides could clearly be seen, as if layers of ice. The person was exulted, and said while smiling, "Master Ling is truly naturally lucky. Once you came, I fished up this one. This is also the first absolute cold ice heart fish I fished up in 3 days." Inside Ling Han's mind, the information on absolute cold ice fish was immediately brought up. It was known as a treasured medicine amongst fish, greatly tonic especially for martial artists, because it could recover chi and blood, increase origin power, and was more effective than most medicinal pills. Because this was a naturally formed being, eating it wouldn't cause one to develop any drug resistance, nor did it hold any medicinal pill poison of sorts. It could be eaten as much as one wanted. At most, for one with a high tier, it would simply take more absolute cold ice heart fish to have an apparent effect. No one went into the water to fish because the water temperature was too cold. Even if spiritual pedestal tier warriors went into the water, it wouldn't take much time for them to be frozen into a block of ice. Ling Han was instantly enthused as he said to Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan, "Let's also fish." There were almost all kinds of materials inside the Black Tower, and very soon, the three of them all had a fishing kit. The fishing line that Ling Han used was formed by blood-sucking origin gold, and he then took out a bunch of ginsengs from the Black Tower. This was bait. The absolute cold ice heart fish itself was a super tonic medicine, so it also loved to eat spirit medicine. This would be the best bait. However, spirit medicine was extremely precious, so how many people here could take out a second tier or third tier spirit medicine? Anything higher they probably didn't have, and even if they did, how much would they have? Precisely so, everyone's gains were so little. The bait wasn't very effective, so why would the absolute cold ice heart fish take the bait? What Ling Han lacked least was spirit medicine, and he definitely didn't lack those below the 5th tier. He took out 100-year-old ginsengs, and all were at least 100-year-old. It wasn't that he didn't have 1,000-year-old ones, but that it was too wasteful to use it for fishing. Ling Han threw some ginseng to Guang Yuan and Li Si-chan while everyone looked at these stalks of ginsengs, which were thick as an arm, being thrown around like carrots. Their faces involuntarily twitched. Oh, envy and hate was too wealthy. Ling Han coiled the ginseng with blood-sucking origin gold, flung it casually, and it landed at the center of the lake, causing slight ripples. Chapter 470, Killing Spree. Reverie _ In a short while, Ling Han revealed a smile as his right hand shook, immediately pulling back blood-sucking origin gold. Shua, a large fish, was pulled out of the water, 2 feet long and still whipping its tail vigorously. Compared to other people's baits, the 100-year-old ginseng's attractiveness was naturally far greater, and other people's fishing lines couldn't extend to the lake center. Only Ling Han's could, so it was a large one right off the bat. Ling Han suddenly had an idea and said to Small Tower, "The growth of spirit grasses can be sped up inside the Black Tower. Then can these fish that require harsh environments be raised? If so, he wouldn't eat them. Raising all these fish inside would be equivalent to another treasure." "No," Small Tower immediately said. Ling Han couldn't help but be disappointed. He would have to fish up as much as possible, and the ones he couldn't finish would be made into dried fish. All of it would be taken away. He changed to another ginseng and threw the line into the lake center. In a short while, there was a harvest again. Because the bait was outstanding, even Guang Yuan and Lic Chan frequently had gains. However, since they fished by the lakeside, the fish that were caught weren't large, about a foot long and incomparable to what Ling Han caught. Even so, the other martial artists fishing by the lakeside already had gazes full of desire, wishing they could steal some. However, facing a heaven-grade alchemist, who dared to act recklessly. If there wasn't anyone else here though, it would be alright. Who would know if they were killed? There was another problem. Ling Han's battle prowess was extremely astonishing, and although he didn't take the field in the prodigy battle, how terrifying was 20 stars spiritual infant tier battle prowess. Even if it were with the assistance of a spirit tool, one had to have a roughly similar spirit tool to resist, right? Therefore, they could only drool secretly by the side. However, there were always those who were restless. If I can't steal from you, and can't get more than you, who doesn't know how to cause trouble? The lake rippled as several people were throwing stones inside the lake, instantly startling the school of fish into running towards the lakebed. Ling Han instantly frowned and said to Guang Yuan, "Drive those people away." "Yes, Master Han." Guang Yuan immediately stood up, out for a kill. Returning to the spiritual pedestal tier, he was just itching to fight. He took large strides over, killing intent overflowing. The expression of the nearest troublemaker instantly changed as he yelled towards Guang Yuan, "What are you trying to do? Making you piss off." Guang Yuan attacked, firing a punch. 5 war elephants surged out, firing at the person. "Damn it." The person hurriedly parried whilst shouting loudly, "Master Ling, you're too high-handed. This lake isn't yours. Why are you letting your subordinate assault me? You're trying to take the place all for yourself?" "Quite right, too high-handed. Worldly treasures naturally belong to the people of the world. What are you trying to do?" Someone chimed in, naturally being one of the other troublemakers. "Driving people away at every turn, that's too much." More troublemakers leapt out and approached Guang Yuan. They naturally didn't dare to do anything to Ling Han, who was a heaven-grade alchemist, but Guang Yuan was different, only a dog of a heaven-grade alchemist. A dog, well, slaughtering it was no big deal, because they were all came from large sects and had the self-assurance. Just like Yao Hui Yu not caring about earth-grade alchemist, although these people weren't wild to that degree, the possibility of them needing to request a heaven-grade alchemist was almost zero, so why should they give him face? Mainly, they were still young and arrogant, while Ling Han was too young, making them envious. They gave Ling Han a great unwarranted burden. First, standing firm with reason, even if Ling Han looked for trouble at their sects in the future, they could be justified and confident. After all, in the North region, what difference was there between a heaven-grade alchemist and an earth-grade one? Sects respected high-tier alchemists, but definitely wouldn't take them at their word. Guang Yuan's battle prowess was very strong, but he only just entered the spiritual pedestal tier after all. The breakthrough this time was returning to spiritual pedestal tier, and couldn't bring him the benefits from the heavenly luck stone, so his battle prowess was about 4 stars. Faced with the elite disciples of these large sects, 1 or 2 was all right, but any more, he could no longer resist. Under the surrounded attacks of 6 people, Guang Yuan was in imminent danger. The non-troublemakers watched the show by the side. Ling Han was too young, yet they had to pay respects to such a youngster and call him master. They were naturally annoyed on the inside, only too glad to enjoy the show. Ling Han's gaze turned cold as he stood up abruptly, walking towards the fray. "Master Ling, are you going to personally intervene?" a troublemaker said in a mocking tone. He wasn't a figure on the prodigy roll, but was extremely conceited and didn't believe that Ling Han once fired out battle prowess of 20 stars spiritual infant tier, thinking that someone intentionally lied in order to praise Ling Han. Ling Han revealed a cold smile and said, "Since you guys aren't willing to get lost, then you can all stay here." His right hand shook and the demon birth sword was unleashed. With a slash, the troublemaker's head immediately flew. Pooh! Blood started spilling violently out of the neck, rushing to a foot high before falling back down. Pa! The head fell on the ground with an expression of disbelief still on the face, its owner never expecting that Ling Han would suddenly kill him. He was a disciple of the Blood Flame Valley, the strongest sect from the North region, and all those who attacked him had to think before they acted. The gory slaughter instantly intimidated everyone. Killing a disciple of the Blood Flame Valley without hesitation, this meant that Ling Han had no qualms at all. Hiss, could a heaven-grade alchemist really be so willful? Ling Han walked towards Guang Yuan. His killing intent overflowed, making the 6 troublemakers feel pressure all at once as they retreated involuntarily. However, it was too late as Ling Han struck, 6 flashes of sword chi slashing towards the 6 people. Pooh, piu, 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 the 6 people had no power to resist at all and were instantly sliced into 2. The severed limbs and heads spilled over, blood everywhere. Everyone was terrified. The status of alchemists was beyond the norm, and a large part of that reason was because they didn't take part in dispute of interests with martial artists, so they could stay beyond the norm. Otherwise, with contention came conflict. How could they be beyond the norm? It was unheard of for an alchemist to take part in competing for treasures, because alchemists knew why their status was beyond the norm. They isolated themselves from contention of benefits. However, Ling Han was without restraint, not only entering the mystery realm, but also killing resolutely and mercilessly, making people frightened. The 7 troublemakers were executed. Ling Han sheathed his sword and stared coldly at the surrounding people before returning to the original position, continuing to fish. He could pretend nothing happened, but the other people couldn't. Those 7 corpses with severed heads and heads still lay there. Who could pretend not to see? Some people began to shiver in fear that Ling Han's murderous side would erupt, killing them all to do away with witnesses. These people left quietly, but some people were unwilling to give up on the absolute cold ice fish, still fishing. Chapter 471, A Great Beast Appears. Reverie _ With one forenoon, Ling Han already fished up over 100 absolute cold ice heart fish. On top of Li Si-chan and Guang Yuan's gains, their total reached 150, which was more than the total gain of everyone at the scene. This was precisely the principle of good tools being necessary for the successful execution of a job. When it was afternoon, Ling Han raised a bonfire and began to boil these treasured fish. 4 were roasted, and 4 were made into soup. Ling Han also added several spirit medicines. As it was boiling, the alluring fragrance spread out, making people drool. Moreover, this wasn't just the fragrance, because in the furnace appeared flashes of brilliance that soared into the sky, an amazing sight. It was the greatly tonic food that attracted the spirit chi of heaven and earth, forming a distinct sight. Everyone looked on enviously and hurriedly began boiling for themselves. However, they didn't have any spirit medicine to add in, so the soup they made was only light soup and couldn't be compared to Ling Han's pot at all. Ling Han looked at Yu Kai-yu and suddenly said, "Brother Yu, join us for a meal?" Yu Kai-yu was startled, never thinking that Ling Han would actually open up to invite him. After being startled momentarily, he pointed at himself and said, "Me? What, brother, you won't give me face?" Ling Han said smilingly. I hear you and old brother Guang have had a friendly relationship. Yu naturally recognized Guang Yuan. Back then, the three of them entered the subsect of the Thousand Corpse sect in Sea Flow City, forming a friendship through battle. However, back then the other person was Han Lin, and not Ling Han, so Yu didn't dare to approach. Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist after all. Ha ha ha, receiving Master Ling's invitation, how could I dare not give face? He took large strides over, and sat on the ground. The four of them each took a corner. Ling Han took out plates. It was exactly one grilled fish and a bowl of fish soup for each person. Inside the fish soup, neither the fish nor the spirit medicine could be seen, all stewed as the essence all entered the soup, which now appeared snow-white. Yu's expression was somewhat strange. For roasted fish, could Ling Han already have had the idea of inviting him? Here, don't be a stranger. Ling Han grabbed a roasted fish and started to eat. Li Si-chan and Guang Yuan naturally wouldn't hesitate. Those who have eaten with Hu Niu naturally formed the habit of eating quickly, or else there definitely would be no food to eat. This was a hard-learned lesson. Yu was bold and uninhibited in character, immediately tossing away formalities as he began to gobble down. Wonderful. Wonderful. Wonderful, he immediately praised greatly. Big fish are quite different, not only the texture of the meat is more succulent, and the essence of the treasured medicine is also richer. I guess if I ate a dozen, I could improve by one small tier. Guang Yuan also nodded. This was of immense help to him. Li Si-chan couldn't speak at all, as multicolored light surged out endlessly from her exquisite body. The meat and treasured medicine had already come into effect and were in the process of drastically increasing her cultivation. Her breakthrough was imminent. It was mainly because her tier was too low. Spiritual pedestal tier warriors needed dozen fishes to advance, but for a gushing spring tier, it was truly one bite for a small tier. Ling Han was extremely pleased. He was going to save some dried fish for Ling Dongxing. Once Ling Dongxing's spirit base was repaired, it could be imagined that his cultivation would have a shockingly explosive growth. Reaching the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier in 3 years definitely wasn't a dream. Li Si-chan couldn't even eat a second bite, and immediately sat on the ground to adjust, preparing to charge towards the 4th layer of the gushing spring tier. Yu felt it strange. Only young geniuses could enter, and young was in terms of tier to age. 100-year-old spiritual infant tier definitely belonged under the young. However, Li Si-chan was only at the gushing spring tier, and her age was roughly 20. Such a genius could be seen anywhere, so how did she qualify to enter the mystery realm? However, as he drank the fish soup and ate the roasted fish, he soon forgot this topic. After he finished eating, he immediately sat cross-legged to adjust so as to refine the benefits inside his body as quickly as possible for it to truly be absorbed by the body. Guang Yuan also did the same. He had just broken through and needed the nourishment of such treasures. Only Ling Han was depressed. His spiritual pedestal was built too large, so while Guang Yuan and Yu only needed a dozen fish to advance 1 layer, he probably needed several hundred. Moreover, this was only the 2nd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. When it was 5th layer, or after the 8th layer, who knew how much this amount would increase by? So, all he had to do was fish some more. Ling Han continued to boil absolute cold ice heart fish. He prepared to turn himself into a chowhound, angling whilst eating fish. The fish here were definitely stupid. With no one fishing for hundreds of years, they kept coming one after another even after several hundreds of their pals disappeared, complying with an old saying, humans died in pursuit of wealth, and birds died in pursuit of food. At night, Ling Han already fished up over 300 absolute cold ice heart fish, and after slaughtering them, he stored them inside the Black Tower, making sure to lock the essence component and prevent it from running off. A night passed, and Ling Han continued to fish on the 2nd day, but after a day, his harvest was much less compared to the previous day, suddenly 200 or so. It was unclear whether these fish got smarter, or there was a shortage of the entire population. Another day passed. Ling Han's harvests further decreased on the 3rd day, with only a little over 100. Everyone shook their heads. This lake might be small, but the amount of absolute cold ice heart fish it could support was limited. There was just about that much. Long, a whirlpool suddenly formed at the lake's center. Originally, quite a few people already planned to leave, but as they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be surprised with some treasure about to come into the world. This wasn't impossible. Could a place where absolute cold ice heart fish could live be an ordinary place? The whirlpool spun fiercely and grew larger and larger. A surprising scene appeared as a strange creature emerged from the whirlpool. It had the head of a lion, but the body of a crocodile. It also had 6 legs and grew a pair of eagle wings on its back. Its entire body's length was about 3 feet or so. Now, this monster fluttered its eagle wings and flew towards the shore. Opening its wings, it emitted a terrifying presence. Everyone was terrified. This was a flower blossom tier beast. It was over. There were no flower blossom tier martial artists here, so how could they resist such a monster? Ling Han, however, revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This beast emitted a presence far beyond normal flower blossom tier beasts, being no weaker than the gold-blooded demonic ape in the dark demon forest. A king tier creature. As expected of a mystery realm. He'd only entered for a few days and already encountered 2 king tier beasts. King tier beasts were equivalent to treasured medicine of the same tier, those of the highest quality at that. Now, they appeared one after another. Was it not a pleasant surprise? Besides, the rock spirit could also be considered to be of the king tier, and even stronger than normal king tier beasts because it was spirit of the 5 elements, birthed by heaven and earth. Run! It was unknown who first yelled out the word as everyone fled in disarray. Spiritual ocean tier and spiritual pedestal tier cultivators encountered a flower blossom tier being other than running. What else could they do? The beast fluttered its wings lightly, and instantly, a chilling wind formed ice blades, slashing towards everyone. There was the attack of a flower blossom tier king tier beast, so the power of it was naturally terrifying. Shwa, 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 the ice blades struck. As long as they were close, without even hitting people, they lattered be frozen into a rod, and those who were directly hit ended up much worse, first frozen, then annihilated into pieces, no part of the corpse intact. So strong. Chapter 472, Rock Spirit Performs. Reverie _. Ling Han immediately guided strange fire and formed an area of flames around him, guarding Li Si Chan, Guang Yuan, and Yu Kai Yu behind him. Pu, Piu, the ice blades stormed over but were melted by the flames, turning into water vapor that rose into the air. However, the powerful martial intent contained within the ice blades didn't completely disappear, continuing to barrage the 4 of them. Other than Ling Han, the other 3 groaned, feeling an unbearable splitting headache. Receiving a flower blossom tier martial intense assault, they naturally got no good out of it. Ling Han was fine, possessing a sliver of a heaven tier divine sense. Only a heaven tier martial intent could threaten his divine sense. Under this attack, half of the several hundred people at the scene were done for, with only 50 to 60 people alive. It's hopeless, we're going to die. Yu Kai Yu said grimacingly. Ling Han laughed instead and said, Brother Yu, could your esteemed father not have given you any spirit talismans or law decrees of sorts before letting you leave? It's only a flower blossom tier beast, not enough to kill us, right? Even Feng Yan could obtain a spiritual infant tier's law decree, let alone Yu Kai Yu, who was a grandson. The great beast oppressed them with its presence right off the bat, making people terrified, and then suddenly unleashing an ultimate attack, killing most and leaving no chance for others to use their trump cards. Yu Kai Yu smiled mischievously and said, with Master Ling by my side, my belongings aren't worth mentioning, and would only embarrass me. Ling Han shook his head and said, want to have a taste of a flower blossom tier king tier great beast's deliciousness? Yu Kai Yu was shocked, revealing a dumbstruck expression. Master Ling, you're actually confident in annihilating this beast? Wait, this is actually a great beast at king tier? He certainly had spiritual infant tier's law decrees with him. Using to suppress spiritual pedestal tier beings was naturally as easy as the turn of a palm. However, the effect of it decreased greatly against those of king tier quality, and it was almost useless against a flower blossom tier 1. The beast before him was not only in the flower blossom tier, but even a king tier, and could almost be seen as half a spiritual infant tier 1. The spiritual infant tier law decree's oppressive might would definitely have no effect at all and would have to be expended for him to escape. It could only help him escape, yet Ling Han actually wanted to annihilate this great beast. That was a complete joke. I'm not kidding, Ling Han said smilingly. Yu didn't believe him and said, even if you also have a spiritual infant tier law decree, the law decree's might is limited, and could perhaps fend off a normal flower blossom tier creature, but against a king tier, that's definitely not going to work. He paused, and then continued, let's hurry up and run. Ling Han said smilingly, cooperate with me later. When I tell you to use a law decree, use it. Hey, don't you get self-involved like that. Yu hurriedly shouted, but Ling Han didn't listen to him at all, making him extremely gloomy and giving him a familiar feeling as if he'd experienced this situation somewhere. Ling Han obviously wasn't personally going to fight against this great beast. Although he was freakish, no matter what, he couldn't cross over the mortal boundary. He summoned the massive golem and said, small rock, go. A puppet. Yu blurted out. Spirits of the 5 elements were too rare and living beings couldn't be stored into spatial rings. This was common sense. Besides, the golem was way too different from normal spirits. Therefore, Yu subconsciously thought of it as a puppet created by formation masters. From a certain perspective, a puppet was a corpse soldier, neither fearing death nor knowing pain. Ling Han didn't explain, this older cousin was too big-mouthed, and once he drank, it was guaranteed everything would be spilled out, so whatever secrets there were had to be kept from him. The massive golem immediately shot into the sky, attacking towards the great beast. Flower blossom tier against flower blossom tier, a king tier against a king tier. Pung! The golem and the beast collided. A range of chilling chi filled the air, turning the entire area into a world of ice and snow. The people who withstood the first wave of attack hurriedly unleashed their trump cards one after another, some of which were spirit tools, while others were spirit talismans, and even spiritual infant tier law decrees. The people that were able to enter this place all carried the hopes of some sect. If they could obtain some ancient art, they might be able to rise up powerfully, overtaking the other 3 regions and even challenging the noble sects of the middle state. Therefore, everyone more or less had some treasures to defend themselves, and the quality of the treasures varied as status varied. Such a powerful puppet. Yu muttered. It could actually fight a king tier flower blossom tier beast. It was truly powerful. The golem had just entered the flower blossom tier, but the great beast had long advanced into this tier, reaching the 7th layer. Theoretically, the rock spirit was definitely no match for the great beast. A king tier against a king tier was naturally decided by whose tier was the higher. However, the massive golem wasn't a normal king tier, but a spirit of the 5 elements. It was not only tough and thick-skinned, but also boasted surprising recovery power. Even if it were shattered into a hideous mess, its body could still quickly recover, something Ling Han had already experienced himself. Back then, when he took the upper hand, he still couldn't annihilate those small golems. It could be imagined just how terrifying the rock spirit's recovery power was. It was the same now as the great beast certainly claimed the absolute advantage, easily shattering and crippling the rock spirit with the flap of its wings or by opening its mouth, but the massive golem quickly recovered as if it were perfectly fine. However, the rock spirit's recovery power wasn't endless as it became slower and slower, while the great beast's battle prowess naturally had its limit as well. It was a match of stamina. Ling Han naturally wouldn't wait for the rock spirit to be exhausted before intervening, hurriedly saying to Yu, time to use the law decree. Yu nodded. He originally didn't have any hopes, but this puppet was truly fierce, resisting even a king tier great beast of the flower blossom tier. As expected of a puppet, as long as its core wasn't damaged and formation patterns weren't broken, it could be used without end. He took out a law decree and opened it. Instantly, golden light overflowed, spreading an infinitely powerful oppressive might. How could a spiritual infant-tier law decree be ordinary? However, the oppressive might alone was useless. The flower blossom tier great beast didn't fear it at all, so Yu threw the law decree after locking on to the great beast. Suppress. Hong, the law decree actually began to burn with raging flames, from which a pair of golden fists about the size of a millstone surged out, firing towards the great beast. This was a spiritual infant-tier level attack. Even the great beast didn't dare to oppose its power, hurriedly evading. However, the massive golem charged at it, grasping it tightly. The great beast was shocked and furious. Although the spiritual infant-tier attack might be strong, it only had to flap its wings to break away, but now it was clasped by the golem, and the heavy force made it unable to fly. Even it couldn't resist bearing a spiritual infant-tier's attack head-on. If it weren't killed, it'd still be heavily injured. From its point of view, the golem was hopelessly stupid. All living beings should place survival first, and risking one's own life shouldn't even exist in this world. It never would have thought that the rock spirit would do such a thing, and now it could only stare blankly at the pair golden fist firing over. Pung! With a loud noise, the sky was filled with flying rubble. The great beast was also heavily injured, falling down with a broken wing. Chapter 473, Dare to Rob Me? Reverie _ Injured but not dead, proving itself to be a king-tier great beast of the flower blossom tier, it took spiritual infant-tier attack head-on and survived. It was quite shocking. Ling Han hallooed and leapt out with his sword, attacking the great beast. Given it time, the great beast might recover a bit, and if it wanted to escape into the lake, then there would be no way of finding it. This was called kill it while it's sick. Xiao, the golden fists disappeared after the attack. After all, this was only an attack that a spiritual infant-tier sealed into the law decree. Ling Han shot out, attacking right at it. The great beast revealed a furious look. It was a king-tier, and a mere martial artist of the spiritual pedestal tier dared to initiate an attack on Edifice was looking down on it way too much. If it were still at the peak phase, then firing out an ice blade would be enough to annihilate Ling Han. But it was at its weakest moment, unable to move even its wings, so, how could it fire out ice blades? It naturally wouldn't wait helplessly for death. With a glare, it sent out martial intent shooting towards Ling Han. If the martial intent struck, it was guaranteed that the human brat would turn into an idiot. The great beast was extremely confident, as it was a king of the flower blossom tier and its martial intent was too terrifying. However, it immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression because Ling Han's offensive didn't slow down the slightest bit. With the swing of the sword, 10 flashes of sword chi fired out, firing towards the relatively more fragile neck. How was it possible? If it could speak the language of humans, it definitely would immediately cry out, but it was so feeble that it couldn't even open its mouth, simply staring helplessly at the 10 flashes of sword chi furiously slashing towards it. Pu, 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 pu. The sword chi was unleashed by a 10th tier spirit tool, so its destructive power was extremely shocking. Even a king tier great beast of the flower blossom tier couldn't defend against it with its physical body. The 10 flashes of sword chi swept by devastatingly as a deep wound emerged instantly on its neck. However, this wasn't the most lethal. The demon birth sword striking it was the most terrifying attack. How sharp was a 10th tier spirit tool? Even sword chi could cut open its flesh, let alone the direct attack of demon birth sword. The great beast revealed a terrified look. It absolutely didn't want to die, and even more so to die at the hands of a human at the spiritual pedestal tier. Pooh! The sword slashed through and a lion head instantly shot into the sky. Ling Han reached out extremely quickly, grabbing onto the great beast's body, and directly stored it inside the black tower so as not to waste any part of it. However, even though he was quick, there was still a lot of blood that splattered outwards. Xiao, a figure darted out, grabbing the lion head and leaving immediately. Such nerve! Ling Han immediately shifted his figure, chasing towards that person. This person dared to rob him? Behind him, pieces of rubble slowly gathered as the rock spirit was in the process of reconstructing itself. The robber's speed was fast, or else he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Obviously, daring to rob meant he had absolute confidence in his movement art. However, he overestimated himself, and underestimated Ling Han. The movement art that Ling Han used also changed into an Earth Grade 1 called 100 Changes 1000 Illusions. It not only could form afterimages to confuse opponents during battle, but also worked like a charm for chasing or running, astonishingly quick. Competing in movement arts with Ling Han? Other than monsters such as Hunyo, who else could do so in the same tier? After a few leaps and landings, Ling Han caught up to that person. Take it back. The person was rather straightforward. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he just shook his right hand and threw the lion head far away, obviously planning to take advantage of the time Ling Han needed to go pick it up to run again. Ling Han swung his left hand, firing out blood-sucking origin gold. He tanged and pulled back the lion head, storing it in the black tower. His figure didn't move a bit, continuing to chase after that person. His eyes were like swords as he said balefully, "You think you'll be let off so lightly?" He swung his sword to slash. "Master Ling, contesting for treasures is quite a normal thing, why take it seriously?" The person wasn't weak, waving his saber to parry as 7 flashes of saber chi waved. Ling Han snorted and said, "If you also participated in exterminating the great beast, then you'd certainly have the right to a share of the spoils of war. However, you're clearly just a base thief, daring to speaking shamelessly. Truly laughable." Ding, 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 the saber and sword collided. Sparks radiated all around and martial intent burst forth blindingly with divine light. How strong was Ling Han's battle prowess? Only after a few moves, the person's expression changed drastically. He was no match at all. He hurriedly shouted, "I'm Cold Water Sect's disciple Feng Jingsheng. Even if you're a heaven-grade alchemist, you can't act recklessly. Idiot." Ling Han cursed, the momentum of his sword unchanged. He was a heaven-grade alchemist, so would he still be afraid of offending someone? Only a force that walked in the shadows like the Thousand Corpse sect wouldn't fear a heaven-grade alchemist. Otherwise, among those sects that got along normally, which of those wouldn't give a heaven-grade alchemist face on the surface? "I'll fight you to death." Feng Jingsheng roared and took out a spirit talisman from a ring, pretending to throw it out. "This is Raging Flame's Burning Sky talisman created by a Flower Blossom tier senior from my sect, equivalent to 1/10 of his attack. Don't you force me." Ling Han was too lazy to even curse this time, striking non-stop with his long sword. "Die." Feng Jingsheng threw out the spirit talisman. Hung, instantly, a raging flame rose out from the spirit talisman and turned into a sea of flames, burning towards Ling Han. Ling Han felt it slightly and activated the thunder battle armor. Instantly, a lightning barrier formed, shielding him within as he rushed out of the sea of fire and struck again with his sword. "What?" Feng Jingsheng revealed an expression of disbelief. That was a Flower Blossom tier's attack, but Ling Han actually blocked Edifice was too unreal. However, without giving him time for the second thought, the demon birth sword already slashed through him from top to bottom as his entire body was instantly slashed into 2 halves. Ling Han sheathed his sword. With his current power to activate the thunder battle armor with all his strength, blocking a low-layer Flower Blossom tier's attack was more than enough. Everyone looked at him with fear, their gazes extremely complicated. With the identity of a heaven-grade alchemist alone, no one dared to go against him on the surface, and his personal battle prowess was even more nature-defyingly powerful. Being born in the same time as Ling Han was really the greatest misfortune. Ling Han naturally wouldn't care how others looked at him. He smiled at Yu Kai-yu and said, "More tonic meat of a king-tier beast to eat at night." Yu Kai-yu was startled as Ling Han just said, "More," so could he have already eaten such a greatly tonic thing? He didn't dare to believe it, simply thinking Ling Han misspoke. Laughing on spot, he said, "Wasting a spiritual infant tier law decree to annihilate it, I have to eat that worth's back." Ling Han patted his shoulder and said, "You definitely have more than one spiritual infant tier law decree, don't pretend to be poor." Yu Kaiyu smiled mischievously. Obviously Ling Han hit the nail and retorted, "You think spiritual infant tier law decrees are cheap? This paper, this ink, and the pen used, those are all extremely precious materials. Moreover, my great-grandfather needs to recover for several months just drawing one law decree." Ling Han was too lazy to pay attention to him, focusing his gaze on the lake as he said, "The chilling intent is waning. Was this absolutely cold place formed due to the great beast?" Chapter 474, Lakebed Edifice. Reverie _ Once the great beast died, the chilliness emitted from the lake evidently subsided. Thinking back on how this great beast could fire out ice blades, it should also be a water-type and ice element beast. Its existence affected the environment, turning the lake so cold and subsequently fostering the existence absolute cold ice heart fish. Not good. Once this great beast is dead, the lake will warm up again and those ice fish will all die. Ling Han said somewhat regrettably. Although there weren't many absolute cold ice heart fish left. That shouldn't be wasted. Yu Kaiyu hurriedly said. Let's go into the water to catch fish. Ling Han nodded, and said to Li Si-chan, stay on the shore. Although the chilliness began to retreat, it still wasn't tolerable for the gushing spring tier. It'd possibly take 1 to 2 more days before the lake's temperature would return to its normal status. Li Si-chan nodded, she never pushed herself too hard in martial arts. The three of them went into the lake. Some of the other people also felt the change in the lake's temperature as they jumped into it one after another, spreading origin power to form a shield and roaming within the water. One breath was enough for a spiritual pedestal tier martial artist to hold for about an hour, and on top of the air within the shield, enduring for 1 day definitely wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, everyone could explore the lakebed as much as they liked without worrying about suffocating at all. The lake was still quite cold, but tolerable for spiritual pedestal tier cultivators. Everyone spread out to search for absolute cold heart ice fish. The three of them also separated. The cold heart fish wasn't some impressive beast that they needed to join hands for. After a few minutes, Ling Han arrived at the lakebed and saw several damaged kiosks and pavilions, as if these edifices only sunk down to the lakebed after experiencing an earthquake. Thinking so, he swam over. After the fish were fished repeatedly by him for 3 days, there weren't many left, and now there were so many people fishing in the lake, how many could each person even get? He had already obtained 600 to 700, and didn't really care about a few dozen more. There were about 8 to 9 lakebed kiosks and pavilions. Because they were buried under the lakebed's mud, revealing only the top, Ling Han didn't know whether there were more edifices hidden deeper underneath the lakebed. Pressing gently with his palms, a momentous force surged as he appeared at the 2-layer pavilion, swimming into it through the second-floor window. This was a study room, but the books on the bookshelves had all long rotted away and left only a few covers that escaped disaster, floating within the water. Ling Han reached out, gently grabbing onto a book that had State of Poo's geographic record. Was there a place in the vast lands called State of Poo? Ling Han wasn't quite sure, because in the time of his former lifetime, the place names of the vast lands had an extremely great difference compared to now. Who could guarantee that 2 or 5 millennia ago the place names of various places in the vast lands were the same? Perhaps there was a place called the State of Poo. He grabbed another cover, which had 36 free transformations on formations, written on it. Ling Han was instantly moved formations. How unfortunate there was only a cover left. If he could get a peek at it, it would probably be of great help for his formation mastery level. He grabbed another 3 covers, and after glancing over them, his expression changed involuntarily. Insights on refining clear void pill, red leaf pill, purple patterned gold pill. This was a personal letter on pill refining, and it probably gave an account of the details in refining the 3 types of medicinal pills. This wasn't much in itself. Similar to his previous lifetime, Ling Han would also make notes in passing after refining to remind himself, and for his 2 alchemy disciples to reference. What shocked Ling Han was the 4 words purple patterned gold pill. This was a divine medicine. At the late periods of his former lifetime, he'd entered several historic sites, among which were cave dwellings of great ancient alchemists, and obtained a few personal notes. On them, Ling Han once saw the 4 words purple-patterned gold pill. Purple-patterned gold pill. After taking one of those, as long as they didn't die from exploding, mortals could become gods. What sort of divine medicine was this? Ling Han believed that divine medicinal pills were also separated by tiers, and how could a normal divine pill turn a mortal into a god on the spot? However, in the vast lands, there was no way to refine any sort of divine pill, because there were no ingredients. In here, the 3 types of medicinal pills were placed side by side, probably all divine pills. As for insights, the person must have refined it before, or else how could there be insights? One who could refine divine pills in the vast lands, and very possibly a high-tier divine pill? Absolutely impossible. Ling Han's hands were trembling slightly as a guess welled up within. Could this mystery realm belong to a god that refined an area in the god realm and brought it down to the lower realm? The chance of this guess being correct was extremely great because Yen Tianzhao wanted something from the Sagittarius Palace. Who was Yen Tianzhao? Although of mortal body, he received a god's memory, and from a certain perspective, he was more kick*ss than Ling Han, who was a heaven-tier reincarnate. Could something that he coveted be ordinary? It had to be a divine thing. If this place where a part stripped formed the gold realm, then it would be easy to understand, explaining why the spirit chi in here was so indispersably thick. Moreover, why the beasts here had bone patterns on their skulls. Because they were beasts of the god realm. As simple as that. Ling Han's heart sped up involuntarily. Could he be getting an inheritance from the god realm? Kick*ss. Awesome. With this speculation, Ling Han began to search more carefully. Anything here that was found could be a treasure of the divine level. However, he was disappointed. The things inside the room were extremely normal, and the books, made of paper, rotted away. The wood, which was also not some sort of divine wood, rotted away. The bricks were also the same, just slightly harder. But whatever, take it all. With a thought and a touch, Ling Han stored the entire pavilion inside the Black Tower. The space was so big anyway, no fear of taking up space. He swam towards another pavilion and stored it once again, and then the third building, a kiosk, was also moved into the Black Tower. At this moment, someone also swam over, and didn't seem to have any interest in absolute cold hard ice fish, staring at the sunken group of buildings in the lakebed instead. That was a girl at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier cultivation, but she was also over 30, probably someone on the prodigy roll in former generations. Her looks already past the peak period, but were maintained very well. Her eyes were like a painting, and her cherry lips were bright red like blood, vibrantly attractive. Compared to a 20-year-old lady, a woman of this age won in her ample figure and titillating bearing, as if a ripe peach, plump and juicy. After seeing Ling Han, the woman nodded at Ling Han. This was respect for a heaven-grade alchemist. She already swam into a pavilion and began to search. Ling Han continued to store the buildings here indiscriminately. Chapter 475, Divine Temple. Reverie _ After a few minutes, the woman came out from the pavilion and revealed puzzled expression. She clearly remembered that there were several damaged pavilions and kiosks nearby, but how come now they were all gone? Without finishing her train of thought, Ling Han already swam over, and with a swipe, the pavilion behind her disappeared. What? Bizarre shock was written all over the woman's face. So those pavilions and kiosks were all taken away by Ling Han. Are you a damn trash picker? She saw clearly that there was absolutely nothing valuable inside the pavilion. Even she took no liking to anything, let alone a dignified heaven-grade alchemist. However, she was immediately shocked. A pavilion was stored just like that. How large was that spatial ring? Ling Han didn't care. Even if everyone knew his spatial ring was massive, would they dare to rob him? To offend a heaven-grade alchemist for a spatial spirit tool wasn't worth it, no matter how large the space was. Of course, If they knew Black Tower's true use, then it mattered not whether Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist, even the gods would rush up to rob him. Ling Han began to dig up the edifices underneath the ground. Several edifices only revealed their tips. 1, 2, and 3 buildings, he stored them with great pleasure. Even if it was for nothing, it wouldn't have wasted much time, but if there were some gains by any chance, then the profits would certainly be great. What? He discovered a rooftop and stored it in passing, yet discovered that the rooftop was still there and hadn't been stored into the Black Tower. He tried again, still to no avail. He couldn't help but find it strange. Examining it closely, the rooftop was really quite different. This was a pointy rooftop, and the entire rooftop was whole, without tiles, and also completely gold. Why couldn't it be stored inside the Black Tower? Ling Han brushed with both hands, and instantly, clouds of silt scattered at the lakebed as if a flood dragon twisted the entire lakebed into a murky mess. It was hard to see even one's own 5 fingers. Ling Han was more and more surprised. Within the lakebed, more parts of the building emerged. The golden walls were completely different from the other edifices, and after digging for about 3 feet, the entire building was still not revealed. The strange thing was that this building was actually triangular. The further towards the bottom, the larger the building's surface area was. Earlier, at the top was only a pointy cone. The stranger thing was that Ling Han hadn't even seen a single window, as if he dug out a piece of metal, except it was ridiculously large. He became more and more curious, and the woman on the side also became interested, digging at the other end. The lake silt was already soft, and with the great powers of 2 spiritual pedestal tier warriors, 300 feet was dug up, and more of the golden building was shown. However, it still wasn't the bottom of it, and the building still had no windows or doors. Strange. More and more people were drawn over. There weren't many absolute cold heart ice fish left, so after a short contention, everyone stopped fishing, turning their gazes here. It was really strange that there was such a building underneath the lakebed. Everyone started to dig in the lakebed. After several thousand feet, they finally dug to the bottom, revealing the building's entire features. A divine temple. Ling Han muttered. He had seen a description of a similar building in ancient records. These triangular edifices existed in Gold Realm, mostly for sacrificial offerings, but also other purposes. The Golden Divine Temple was huge and imposing, existing as a whole despite being 1,000 feet tall. Ling Han didn't know whether anyone with such construction ability existed in the vast lands, but if it were in the Gold Realm, it would be a different story. On each of the 3 sides of the Divine Temple were doors, 10 feet high and 5 feet wide. The golden door and the walls were almost fused, and if it weren't for the totems of animals carved on the doors, it would truly be hard to discover. Ling Han stood in front of a large door one of the sides. Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu already came over, both extremely curious. Many animals on the large door were things Ling Han had never even seen. The living spirits of God Realm? And on the other side, someone couldn't help but push at the large door. Hong long long, instantly the 3 large doors opened simultaneously, revealing 3 dim passageways. The lake water instantly flowed inside, surging into the Divine Temple. The Divine Temple was as if it had turned into a massive sky-swallowing whale, producing a powerful suction power. A few people weren't on guard and were immediately sucked into the Divine Temple, while most people hurriedly pushed against the water, rising towards the lake surface. The devouring power was shocking. After 10 minutes the entire lake completely disappeared, turning into a massive pit. A divine temple stood erect, emitting a blinding golden light as if it were forged from pure gold. Although martial artists viewed gold and silver as dirt, but then a massive lump of dirt towered aloft in front of them, still making them feel quite astonished. When all the lake water had disappeared, the divine temple no longer produced suction power, standing erect silently as if a monument, making people feel an instinctive reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone cried out in surprise. Never would they have thought that an imposing and unusual building would be hidden underneath the lakebed. Ling Han, however, was very careful. The people who were sucked into the divine temple earlier hadn't even shown up. What could this mean? First, it was extremely dangerous inside and they were trapped, or even dead. Second, the divine temple had lots of treasures, so those people were collecting it, never even having the thought of coming out. Which one was it? Ling Han's curiosity was already burning incessantly. He decided to enter to explore. He wasn't the only one who thought so, as several people already started forming parties, entering as a group. It could be extremely dangerous inside, and if there were treasures, the chances of winning them over would be greater together. With the short amount of time, more people came from afar, and the number of people increased once again. You guys entering or not? Ling Han asked Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan. Li Si-chan had also walked over. Enter, of course enter. Yu Kaiyu hurriedly said. If Master Han is entering, then I'll definitely follow, Guang Yuan said. Alright, let's go in and have a look, Ling Han said smilingly. He had the black tower in hand, so he could keep everyone safe. Let's go. The four departed and climbed along the lake walls. This was 1,000 feet, and now the water had dried up, revealing pure white rocks. If one were to leap down, falling into bits and pieces would be the greatest possibility. Li Si-chan was only at the gushing spring tier and climbed very slow. Ling Han decided he might as well pick her up by the waist and climbed with one hand, yet he climbed more agilely than Guan Yuan and Yu Kaiyu, heading towards the lakebed at a surprisingly fast pace. The lake was now an abyss. This was a cliff, but a drenched cliff, and made mostly of mud. A single misstep could cause one to fall down. After only a few minutes, Ling Han was the first to arrive at the lakebed. As he lowered Li Si-chan down, the beauty's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were like spring water, glistening and beautiful. Chapter 476, Blood-Sucking Bugs. Reverie _ After a few minutes, Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan also arrived by his side. Their speed wasn't fast, as there were already 4 teams that had entered the divine temple from 3 different entrances. Ling Han started walking towards the passageway. Yu Kaiyu and the others hurriedly followed. They unconsciously took Ling Han as their core, listening to his plans. They entered the divine temple. It was pitch dark inside, but with the eyesight of the spiritual pedestal tier, they could still see in a radius of more than 3 meters. Ling Han could see up to 10 times that because he cultivated the eye of truth, having eyesight that surpassed martial artists of the same tier. Inside the divine temple was emptiness, without a single pillar. It could be imagined how vast the space was. This layer was a meter in height, and the top was grayish-black walls, giving people the feeling of inhibition. It was very quiet here. The echo of the sound of footsteps kept resonating within this vast space. It was too empty, there was nothing at all. They continued onwards. Even if there wasn't anything in this layer, there was still the second and the third layer. And calculating based on the height of the divine temple, there should be at least several hundred layers. Because it was too empty in here, they had no delays on their way, very soon arriving at the core area of this layer, where they found a staircase that led to the second layer. They obviously weren't the first to arrive. The 4 groups that entered earlier had all arrived, but didn't tread on. Their reason being the 6 corpses that lay at near the stairway. It was the same people who had been engulfed by the lake water. All dead, and their Hippocratic face was extremely terrifying, as if moisture in their bodies had been drained dry, turning them into dried corpses. Ling Han and the others could recognize that these were the people who entered earlier because of the clothes they wore. As for the faces, a dried-up corpse's face was quite hard to recognize. With the emptiness here, if a fierce battle broke out, the sound should have reached the doors, but the 6 people died without a sound, without even a single cry in fear. What did this explain? The 6 people were almost simultaneously killed, so none of them let out a scream, nor was there any trace of a battle. The killer's strength should be quite strong. Precisely based on this awareness, the people here came to a halt. Although everyone knew that risks accompanied opportunities, no one wanted to lose their life for no reason, they had to be cautious, and even more cautious. Ling Han observed, it was too empty here, nothing could be hidden, and he could see clearly that there really was nothing. The stairway was immaculate, without any foreign matter anywhere. Where could the killer be hiding? Almost at the same time, everyone's gaze turned towards the end of the stairway, the second layer of the divine temple. If the killer hid at the entrance of the second layer, taking advantage of when the 6 people climbed the steps to suddenly kill them, and then threw the 6 corpses down, was there such a possibility? What, there's one person missing, someone suddenly said. Although I don't remember the total amount of people swept in, but I recognized one of them, and his corpse is definitely not amongst them. In other words, that person escaped. The first layer couldn't hide people at all, so if that person escaped, that person could only have entered the second layer. So they thought, but no one acted blindly without thinking. What if the killer still lay in ambush at the entrance of the second layer, preparing to carry out a lightning-fast attack? When one was in the open, and the enemy was in the dark, this was too dangerous. Ling Han, however, wasted no time, taking large strides forward. He had absolute confidence. As expected of Master Ling, such great courage, everyone complimented. Obviously not many were sincere, only wanting Ling Han to take the lead. Ling Han obviously wouldn't care. He was too curious as to what exactly was hidden within this temple that seemed to be from the god realm. Why was it buried beneath the lakebed? He walked to the side of the stairs. Everything was normal. He took a step onto the stairway, and everything was still normal. The danger came from the entrance to the second layer. At this moment, almost everyone formed the same consensus, while Li Si-chan, Guang Yuan, and Yu Kai-yu were especially nervous, clenching their fists tightly and staring with wide eyes. With another step, Ling Han's head was about to cross into the second layer. Ling Han temporarily halted, raising his head to look at the top. The end of the stairway was a blurry spinning ring of light, and seen from here, nothing could be seen clearly. It seemed that the situation in the second layer couldn't be seen unless one entered. Master Han. Li Si-chan and Guang Yuan yelled out nervously. Ling Han nodded and took fierce step down, instantly shooting like an arrow and worming extremely quickly into the spinning light ring. Xiao, his figure flashed, and he already appeared in another space. The environment here was oddly dusky, but compared to the first layer's dark space, it was much brighter. At least the eyesight of normal spiritual pedestal tier warriors could reach around 300 m. A barren field underneath his feet, and the nearby 1,000-meter radius of land was completely dark red, as if molded by the coagulation of fresh blood. Hiss, to dye such a large field of land black, how much blood was needed? Besides, this place was really massive. Ling Han looked far. The skies here exceeded 300 m in height, already exceeding the divine temple's height. This was another small world, its space compressed by a powerful being using mystical arts, forming a world of its own. Before his thought finished, he heard wang, wang, wang sounds as infinite black dots rose from the ground, suddenly swarming towards him. With his impressive eyesight, he saw clearly with a glance that these were small flying bugs. They were shaped like mosquitoes, and their mouthparts were sharp and long. As they fluttered their wings, wang, wang sounds were emitted. As it turned out, it wasn't that the ground was dyed black with blood but squeezed full of these bugs. Once they flew, the ground became an earthy yellow, no different from the land outside. Ling Han instantly realized that the 6 people earlier had their blood sucked dry by these bugs. The killers were found. The unknown was the most frightening. Since he knew the killer's true identity, Ling Han felt calmer instead. Hong, he activated strange fire, and instantly, a field of flames swept out. Z, these bugs let out sharp cries, burning to ashes in their hundreds and thousands and falling down. However, more bugs still swarmed over, completely unafraid of death, even using their companions as cover. They pierced through the flames and swarmed right before Ling Han. Let's see how good your teeth are. Ling Han smiled lightly. As long as it weren't teeth such as Hunyo's, he still had the confidence that within the same tier nothing could harm his iron sheet body. As expected, these bugs stung his skin to suck blood, but snapped their mouthparts instead, unable to drill through it all. However, Ling Han also felt a slight sense of pain. Apparently, the stinging of these mouthparts somewhat affected him. This was quite surprising as his physique was completely no weaker than rare metals of the same tier, but he still felt a slight sense of pain, meaning that the destructive power of these bugs was still quite surprising. No wonder the 6 people earlier died at the entrance. The moment they entered the second layer, they probably immediately suffered the attacks of the blood-sucking bugs, and without the defensive power such as Ling Han's to bear their attacks head-on, they thought of escaping to the first layer. However, they were too late, and by the time they rushed out, they'd already been sucked dry of their blood. Chapter 477, In the Name of the Masses. Reverie _ Ling Han attacked with his sword. 10 flashes of sword chi shot out from the demon birth sword, and without touching these bugs, the powerful destructive power could shatter them into pieces half a meter or so away. Strange fire raged as well. Its destructive power was even more terrifying. With only 1 to 2 minutes, Ling Han annihilated tens of thousands of blood-sucking bugs, but there seemed to be an infinite number of them as more and more blood-sucking bugs flew up from the ground. Ling Han was very shocked. The area of several hundred square meters was packed with these blood-sucking bugs. The total amount was probably in the billions. His physique was certainly overpowering, but if he were stung by billions of blood-sucking bugs continuously, then even his body of iron that was comparable to rare metals of the same tier would probably be breached. This blood-sucking bug nest was at the entrance to the second layer. How coincidental. Was this planned and not to let anyone pass through? Retreat? Ling Han hesitated slightly. Fighting desperately obviously wasn't cost-effective. These blood-sucking bugs individually might only be at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, with a few spiritual pedestal tier honest, but when gathered together, no matter any spiritual pedestal tier elite, all would quiver in fear. He decided to retreat. This wasn't his own matter, so naturally he didn't need to fight to the death alone. Unfortunately, inside the Black Tower, the massive golem was still slowly recovering. Receiving an attack of a spiritual infant tier law decree, despite its overbearing recovery power, it wouldn't be able to recover in a short while. With his battle prowess, completely annihilating these blood-sucking bugs was somewhat difficult, but charging out of there was an effortless thing. He split open the swarm of bugs and crossed through the entrance. Everything suddenly turned dark before his eyes as he appeared in the space of the first layer, which was utterly pitch black. "He's back," everyone cried out. "So, how was it? What exactly is inside?" everyone asked all at once. Ling Han ignored them. Hey, Master Ling, you won't share the information you discovered with everyone?" someone reprimanded. "That's right, now that everyone's fighting side by side, you're not even telling us the situation. How petty, absolutely having no bearing of a great master." "I misjudged you," Ling Han sneered. These people dared to reprimand him because his tier was not as high and he was without any elite followers. Otherwise, any medium-level Earth-grade alchemist wouldn't lack flower blossom tier elite followers by their side, and no junior would dare to be impudent in front of him. He glanced at everyone in the surrounding and said, "If you want to know, go see for yourself." Everyone was furious, feeling that Ling Han was too petty. He clearly entered, so why not share with them the information about the other side? Moreover, seeing how disorderly Ling Han was when he ran out, it was obvious that inside was filled with danger. They naturally wanted to know what the environment was like and what they had to face, so they could enter with preparation. "Master Ling, you've gone too far. We're in the same boat, you shouldn't be so selfish." Everyone continued to criticize, wanting to force Ling Han to give in through public anger. Idiots. Ling Han planned on warning everyone, but now he changed his mind. Whether these people lived or died, what did it have to do with him? He walked over to Li Si-chan and the others, and said in a low voice, "The second layer is a vast and special space with frightening blood-sucking bugs. Those people who died earlier were sucked dry of blood by those blood-sucking bugs. Without Ling Han mentioning how fierce the battle was with the blood-sucking bugs, looking at those 6 corpses, they knew that those blood-sucking bugs were definitely terrifying. The 3 revealed shocked expressions. Li Si-chan and Guang Yuan were all right, since they knew that Ling Han possessed the Black Tower and could hide in there if the worst comes to the worst, but Yu Kaiyu really frowned deeply. Then what do we do? Yu Kaiyu asked. Ling Han laughed and then said, wait. When the rock spirit recovered, the power of a flower blossom tear could easily suppress that bug nest. The strange thing was that he ran out, but the blood-sucking bugs didn't chase outside, seemingly unable to pass through that door. The people here were elites and prodigies from various sects, so they definitely had treasures with great lethality like spirit talismans, law decrees, and the like, just the time for them to expend those things. Ling Han just stayed silent, and the other people couldn't do anything about it. Wo could force a heaven-grade alchemist to open up. At this moment, more and more people entered the divine temple, all gathering here. Many flower blossom tier warriors in their 30s entered the mystery realm, but none appeared nearby, so there were only a few spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual ocean tier elites here, with Li Si-chan being the only gushing spring tier 1. Reality was so. Those who were too weak couldn't snatch a treasure even if they discovered it, and could only draw support from the environment here to cultivate, rising by 1 or 2 small tiers by the time they left. Let's go, since someone broke in and came out alive, can we not? Someone began to connect with various people, planning to charge into the second layer. That's right, everyone is in the spiritual pedestal tier. If he can go, I can go too. Let's go. These people were in the prime of youth, and while they didn't dare to become hostile with Ling Han on the surface, not a single one of them was convinced about him as they clamored one after another. At last, a party of over 100 people was formed, planning to charge into the second layer. They actually weren't foolish. The vanguard was a strongly built man who focused on Earth-type arts and had an extremely tough physique. On top of that, someone lent their defensive spirit tool, so even if a flower blossom tier elite lay in ambush, he could take a hit head-on without dying. These people charged out and no longer made a single sound. The entrance separated 2 worlds, and no light nor sound would be transmitted over. After waiting a while, Ling Han's consciousness entered the Black Tower, and seeing that the rock spirit had completely reconstructed and recovered its energy, he cracked a smile and said, "Go, we should go in now. Si-chan, you stay on the outside." While Yu Kaiyu turned around, he directly stored Li Si-chan into the Black Tower. Huh, where's Lady Li? Yu Kaiyu turned around, and when he didn't see Li Si-chan, his face was filled with surprise. She left, Ling Han said without thinking. That fast? Yu Kaiyu cried out, how was it possible in the time that he turned? Yep. Ling Han nodded. Guang Yuan laughed suppressingly. Ling Han took the vanguard and the 3 walked in a single file up the stairs, entering the second layer. Instantly, a great battle between bugs and men appeared in front of them. Infinite blood-sucking bugs flew in the air and launched attacks at the human martial artists. The insect corpses piled up thickly on the ground, while over 20 people died on the human side, all turned into dried corpses. As more and more of the blood-sucking bugs died, the blood-sucking bugs in the entire area began to go crazy. All the bugs within 100 meters radius flew up and circled in the sky, turning into a tornado that swept towards everyone. This was a completely different style of battle. The blood-sucking bugs earlier relied on the advantage in numbers and launched attacks from various angles, but fundamentally speaking, they still acted on their own, lacking coordination. Now it was completely different as the billions of blood-sucking bugs turned into a single body, sweeping at everyone. Chapter 478, Small Black Temple. Reverie _ The blood-sucking bugs covered the entire sky as if stirring up a locust plague. However, they ate not crops, but fresh blood. The bug tornado swept over, and instantly, several corpses drained dry were tossed out. No one could stand a single exchange of blows. Such a combination wasn't simply summing up their power, but an exponential increase, reaching infinitely close to the flower blossom tier. The leftover martial artists were greatly shocked, unleashing their ultimate life-saving moves as spirit talismans were torn and law decrees fired out. These were originally used when contending for the most valuable treasures, but now, in order to save their lives, they couldn't possibly care. Without their lives, all was over. In an instant, the side of the human martial artists had imposing momentum. No matter how close the bugs were to the flower blossom tier, the spirit talismans created by those in the flower blossom tier could parallel, and the spiritual infant tier law decrees could directly annihilate flower blossom tier warriors. These blood-sucking bugs obviously weren't king tier beasts and couldn't possibly withstand such a violent bombardment. The entire swarm of bugs was almost instantly extinguished. Wang, a blood-sucking bug the size of a human head, flew waveringly out from the tornado. Its wings were somewhat tattered, it was barely able to fly. There was actually still one that slipped through the net. It's probably the king of the swarm, Ling Han said. It was precisely the arrival of this bug king that changed the swarm's battle style. Earlier, infinite blood-sucking bugs acted on their own, but it gathered all the bugs together, and battling under its command, their power increased by several levels. However, it was also precisely because it gathered all the bugs together that it gave everyone the chance to make a clean sweep, escaping narrowly. The 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. This bug king's strength was overbearing enough, and secondly, it was enveloped in the center and received relatively less damage, saving its life. The bug king stared at everyone with hateful eyes, yet didn't launch an attack, and instead fluttered its wings to fly higher, running away. Think you can escape? Everyone sneered, firing attacks one after another. Instantly, sword chi and saber chi stormed over, slashing towards the sky. However, the bug king was at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier after all. It opened a black shield and blocked everyone's attack, continuing to fly higher. Once it reached a certain height, everyone could only stare blankly. After all, if one didn't enter the flower blossom tier, there wasn't much one could do against opponents that could fly. The bug king looked coldly at everyone. These humans annihilated its subjects. It would definitely come back again and kill all of these humans. It wouldn't be long before it reproduced a large amount of descendants. It retracted its gaze and fluttered its wings again, searching for a safe place to rebuild its swarm army. Shwa, 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 a flash of sword chi struck, emitting resplendent light. The bug king first regarded it as beneath its attention. At such a height, no one could harm it. However, the instant it struck, it knew that it was gravely mistaken. With a pu, the sword chi slashed through, and its already broken wings were instantly completely severed. It looked shockingly at that human below, absolutely unable to believe there was such a stunning and peerless sword. It could no longer maintain its flying posture, falling straight down from the sky. Ling Han smiled faintly and sheathed demon birth sword. Kill. Everyone charged out, and with a few hits, the bug king was killed. Unfortunately, although it was at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier beast, it was dirty and disgusting. No one held any interest in its flesh. So, after confirming the bug king's death, no one looked at it again. They all looked at Ling Han as that sword attack just now made them all shiver inwardly. The bug king flew so high, yet Ling Han's sword chi still harmed it. Although the wings were the most fragile, it still made everyone greatly astonished. Ling Han walked to the side of the bug king and sliced open the bug king's body with his sword. Looking at it briefly, he saw the beast had no bones, so it naturally wouldn't have any bone patterns, while its wings and shell had nothing of the sort. As expected, this wasn't a king tier, since it didn't have bone patterns. Everyone departed one after another, having great interest in this place and wanting to explore to the bottom of it all. This place was very strange. They clearly came up from the 1st layer, but one side was now a golden wall, as if they'd come to one side of the divine temple. However, such a large place defied reason to begin with, so more strangeness wasn't strange at all. Since there was only one direction to go, the three followed behind everyone, advancing forward. After walking for about 20 minutes, a building suddenly appeared before them. Its shape was exactly the same as the golden temples outside but much smaller, probably only 3 meters high. It was also completely black, with only one entrance. Everyone halted. The sudden appearance of a building naturally made people want to charge in to have a look. However, this place was quite strange, and everyone was worried about the danger inside. No one was willing to stand out, being the first person to enter. Wang, 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 a strange sound rang. Ling Han's expression instantly changed as he said, "Not good, there are still blood-sucking bugs here." When his voice fell, a black cloud flew out from within the temple, as if to cover the sky and hide the earth, sweeping towards everyone. "Not good." Everyone cried out. When they fended off the first swarm of bugs, they already used all of their trump cards, but now there was another wave. What could they do? The swarm of bugs already stormed over as everyone hurriedly defended. They couldn't simply wait for their death. With only a moment's effort, everyone retreated one after another. The swarm of bugs was much larger than the previous one and everyone's strength dropped, so they could only fight whilst retreating. "Go, let's go into the temple." Ling Han decided not to retreat but instead advance. In this relatively narrow space, they could weaken the advantage the swarm of bugs had in numbers. The three entered the Black Temple. There was only one layer and it was quite empty. In the middle area, there was a stone table with someone's remains, which was now only a pile of bones, on top. Was this an offering used to pay respects to gods? What was that bug swarm all about? "Master Ling, don't you space out." Yu Kai-yu shouted loudly. He and Guang Yuan were battling fiercely, but Ling Han was actually entranced by the remains, making their pressure instantly increase drastically. "A bloody battle can increase your strength," Ling Han said smilingly. He walked with large strides to the side of the remains, but without going near, he felt an indescribable pressure as if it were going to shatter his entire body. "How terrifying!" Ling Han revealed a shocked expression. The remains were definitely not ordinary when their owner was Olivia, at least a shattering void to your existence. That was the only explanation why he'd feel as if his divine sense was being cut by swords and sabers. It could even be a god-tier being. Chapter 479, Two Great Spirits of the Five Elements. Reverie _ This was a set of divine bones. Although countless years passed, its divine nature still remained. Moreover, they definitely weren't the remains of a normal human. There was a horn on the forehead. It was very obvious that the horn was broken, leaving only a small half on its forehead. Moreover, legs and arms had winged bones, which were also broken. It could be imagined that when this god was alive, its arms and legs had extremely sharp blade-like bones that protruded. This isn't a human, but could it be a beast's human transformation? Ling Han's heart palpitated. He had read in ancient records that when beasts advanced into god tier, they could exuviate their beast body and change into human form. Some humans possessed the bloodlines of great ancient beasts like Feng Yan, so it was very possible that it was after a beast became a god and transformed, having offspring with a human, which resulted in a trace of a beast's bloodline to be inherited. No matter what, these were precious bones. Without another word, Ling Han was going to store the remains into the Black Tower, but he immediately discovered that his idea couldn't be carried out. What happened? Could god-tier items not be stored inside the Black Tower? No. He immediately discovered a blood-sucking bug the size of a fist flying out from within the remains. It stared at him and emitted a shocking chill. A flower blossom tier existence. Hiss. Ling Han suddenly understood. Could these blood-sucking bugs be born from the god's corpse? That was why it could be unafraid of a god's oppressiveness after death, and not worry about dying from having no food to eat. They normally resided inside the god's remains, absorbing the god's presence. Damn it, what the hell was this place exactly? Was it using a god as sacrifice? Mother! Yu Kai-yu screamed in fright. They were giving it all to block the blood-sucking bugs from the outside and could barely defend, relying on the narrow passageway. However, Ling Han attracted another bug king, one that was at the flower blossom tier. Don't be nervous. You guys keep dealing with the small ones, leave the big one up to me, Ling Han said smilingly as he waved his right hand, summoning the rock spirit. At this moment, rock spirit had already completely recovered. The earth was solid, and the rock spirit it birthed also inherited this strong point. Its defensive power was shocking, and its recovery power was also shocking. As long as it wasn't annihilated on the spot, it would soon recover too, as it usually was. Once the rock spirit appeared, it roared at the Bug King, the sound waves like blades. The Bug King was small, but its flower blossom tear strength was bare to see. It wasn't afraid at all and fluttered its wings. Wang, 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 it swept up a whirlwind that greeted the sound waves. Poo, piu, 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 the whirlwind and the sound waves collided, raising a shock wave. The rock spirit sound wave clearly had the advantage, although it was weakened a bit, it still shattered the two whirlwinds, continuing to fire at the Bug King. Ling Han nodded inwardly. The rock spirit wasn't a beast, but a miraculous being birthed by heaven and earth. In terms of ranking, it was not only a king amongst beasts, but even a king amongst kings. Similar to how one who cultivated 7 flashes of sword chi could be called a king amongst sword users, and those who cultivated 10 flashes were also kings, but could the two types of kings be the same? The Bug King flapped its wings as it charged at the rock spirit, extremely fast, obviously trying to take advantage of the rock spirit's sluggishness. The rock spirit's movements certainly weren't as fast as the Bug King's. Only when the Bug King stung its mouthpart at its heart did it finally swat over. The Bug King already started to suck blood. As long as it drained its opponent's blood dry, no matter how strong, the opponent would simply turn into a corpse. However, only when it sucked did it discover, damn it, where was the blood? Pung! The rock spirit's palm already hit. Its speed wasn't ridiculously fast, but when the attack was fired, coming to the peak of its speed, it was also ridiculously fast. This was about the same as hitting a fly. The rock spirit loosened its hand and the Bug King instantly fell down, but then it flew up again after falling halfway down. It stared at the rock spirit with hatred and confusion. Can't suck blood, could this already be a corpse? But how can a corpse be so alive and kicking? Limited by the growth environment, even if the Bug King already advanced into the flower blossom tier, its experiences and its intelligence were quite limited, so it was confused all of a sudden. It was confused, but the rock spirit wasn't, roaring loudly as 36 hairs grew on top of its head. The power of heaven and earth was drawn, and instantly, a dazzling white lightning fired out along with its fist. Tiandu Thunder Star Array. Unfortunately, this was only a 5th tier formation, and its effects weren't optimal against a flower blossom tier Bug King, but against normal small blood-sucking bugs, the destructive power was too great. All come here! Ling Han yelled. Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan hurriedly ran over, but when large amounts of blood-sucking bugs surged in, they suffered the bombardment of the power of lightning, being instantly electrified to ashes. This was produced by a formation and relied on the power of heaven and earth, having no need at all for rock spirit to initiate it. The rock spirit only needed to control the lightning so that it didn't strike the 3 of them. Zhi! Zhi! The Bug King was furious, sending out an ear-piercing screech. Immediately, countless blood-sucking bugs gathered around the Bug King as their center, turning into a black-colored tornado. It was gathering the power of the swarm, assembling parts into a whole. With it as the core, adjusting from the center, it fired out the swarm's power as one. However, a problem immediately appeared. The Black Temple was only 3 meters high, and for the rock spirit, which was 10 times shorter, this height was just enough to display its abilities, but for the swarm, it was too narrow. The rock spirit took the chance to attack. The power of lightning erupted and had a powerful restraining effect against evil things. The tornado kept being weakened, while the power in the rock spirit's punch was unaffected at all, continuing to fire at the Bug King that was at the core. Peng, a fist shot out and the entire swarm of bugs immediately dispersed. The Bug King flew out and emitted strange squeaks, appearing extremely furious. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Small fire, come out to help." Hong, a flame flew out and turned into appearance of a small dog, circling Ling Han's legs. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched involuntarily. He summoned strange fire to help fight alongside the rock spirit, not to let this guy mimic a dog and act cute. Go. He threw a kick and the small dog that strange fire turned into was kicked towards the swarm. A large swarm of blood-sucking bugs truly thought strange fire was food, so they dove at it one after another, but strange fire also cast off its cute mask, turning into a terrifying apocalyptic being. Hong, the flames swirled past, and instantly a large swarm of bugs was burnt into ashes. The strange fire currently could even help Ling Han refine heaven-grade medicinal pills, at least comparable to a flower blossom tear, and strange fire was a natural nemesis for the swarm of bugs. With small fire's eruption, the entire swarm of bugs hurriedly stayed far away from small fire as if they'd encountered their natural enemy. Even the Bug King revealed a look of fear. All things had natural nemesis, and strange fire was definitely the natural enemy of the blood-sucking bugs. If the Bug King wanted to fight against small fire, then it had to be at least 5 to 6 small tiers higher. Besides, there was still another spirit of the 5 elements. Chapter 480, Red-Haired Beasts. Reverie _ The massive golem blocked the door, while the strange fire blocked the enemy's retreat, extinguishing the army of bugs continuously. After merely 10 minutes, the Bug King was a general without an army. The rock spirit and the strange fire charged up, and the former suppressed the Bug King with brute force while the latter burned it. After a few minutes, the flower blossom tier Bug King was utterly burned into ashes. Rock spirit was only burnt black, recovering to normal with a gentle wipe. If the rock spirit fought with the strange fire's high heat would be useless against the rock spirit, but rock spirit's attacks might not harm strange fire's real body. The two were probably in a relation where neither one could do anything about the other. Of course, this was a situation where the two were at the same tier. Otherwise, the strange fire could also boil rocks into ash, and the rock spirit could also extinguish the flames. Master Ling, you truly have heaven-defying fortune. A powerful puppet on top of the ball of the strange fire, you could do whatever you want amongst flower blossom tier beings. You highly praised, revealing a look of admiration. Flower blossom tier creatures surpassed mortals, and even though he was not far from the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, maybe about 2 or 3 years' time, advancing from the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier to the flower blossom tier might take 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 years wouldn't be rare. Ao Feng was Winter Moon Sec's strongest genius in 100 years, but wasn't he also over 40 when he advanced into the flower blossom tier? Yuzhen Shan was now still at the half-step flower blossom tier, and crossing that other half a step might take him until tomorrow, or he might not take it for another 20 years. Perhaps there might be no hope in this life. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Brother, you can just call me by name or Master Han. Master Ling and whatnot makes me seem old." You obviously didn't dare to call Ling Han by name. This was a heaven-grade alchemist who had astonishing means, killing even a flower blossom tier Bug King. He would rather be prudent. Then Master Han it is. Ling Han laughed inwardly. If Yu knew his true identity, would he be angered from embarrassment? He walked towards the remains again, and resisted the soul spirit severing pain with great difficulty, enveloping the remains to store it inside the black tower. "Ah!" he yelled tragically as blood gushed out of his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. He appeared extremely tragic. However, the divine bones were stored inside the black tower. It wasn't to no avail. He slumped onto the ground, breathing heavily. "Master Han, how are you?" Guang Yuan and Yu both asked. They naturally saw the remains disappear, but that simply storing a corpse could make the 7 apertures bleed was truly strange. Ling Han wiped the blood on his face and said, "I'm fine." The 3 circled around the black temple, seeking for anything that might be left. Nothing was found, but the surrounding walls were carved with many characters, or rather symbols. They understood nothing. The three of them felt like they'd never learned to read, looking at the wall full of words and being unable to recognize even a single one. Were these characters from the God realm? Ling Han said inwardly. He knew something others didn't. This mystery realm was most probably severed from the God realm, so the words that appeared here could also be divine words. Wasn't it normal that mortals couldn't understand divine words? Whatever, let's go. They left the Black Temple and the world had already reverted to its brightness. Even the Bug King was eliminated, so as the remaining bugs were limited, they were very soon extinguished thoroughly. However, the battle was just now as a bit chaotic, and the people could no longer be seen in the surroundings. It was unknown where they ran off to. Ling Han didn't care. The three continued onwards. Advancing for about 5,000 meters, another black temple appeared in front of them. Don't tell me there's another swarm of bugs in there? Yu Kaiyu said with lingering fear. Then that would be too great. Ling Han said smilingly. With a swarm of bugs, it meant that there should be another divine skeleton inside just for him to take. Yu Kaiyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could there be such a strange person? That temple didn't have any treasures. Did you really like fighting with those bugs that much? Guang Yuan gave him a sympathetic look. Following Ling Han for a while, he knew just how much Ling Han loved to adventure. They entered the Black Temple, and as expected, encountered a nest of bugs. Ling Han summoned the golem and the strange fire once again, smoothly extinguishing the bugs, but this time, the Bug King didn't fight to the death and ran away. Ling Han didn't think of chasing it and just took away the divine bones on the sacrificial table, naturally bleeding from 7 apertures. His divine sense one was like it was being cut, almost tearing him into pieces. I can't stand any more. If he took another corpse, his soul would definitely be scattered, turning him into an empty shell. Ling Han felt deeply regretful. These were divine remains, and even if it had no divine essence remaining, the bones alone had huge research value. He could only wait until his divine sense recovered to take it again. The three continued on. This space of this layer was huge, and every 5,000 meters would be a black temple. They avoided it from afar, so no swarm of bugs stormed at them. After walking for 500,000 meters, they finally reached the layer's end. Ahead was a grand golden wall, and on the side were stairways to the next layer. They weren't the first to arrive. Amongst those who were separated earlier, 1/3 came here, about 20 people or so. No one recklessly headed towards the 3rd layer, because they already had a hard time in the 2nd layer and wasted many spirit talismans and even law decrees, obtaining nothing in return. If it were the same in the 3rd layer, and with even greater danger, then they definitely wouldn't want to go up. Ling Han was naturally unafraid. However, when he was about to enter the stairway, he was startled, turning his head to look into the distance. Influenced by him, Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan also followed his gaze, but saw nothing. They didn't cultivate the eye of truth, so their eyesight couldn't be compared to Ling Han's at all. Something's coming. Ling Han warned. Guang Yuan and Yu Kaiyu hurriedly prepared for battle. The other people couldn't see anything, which instantly made some people despise and curse Ling Han inwardly for acting cool and all. However, in a short while, something red flashed in the distance, and in an instant, it was even closer. Hiss! When everyone could see it, they all gasped in astonishment. These were 6 red-haired beasts in the form of humans. Their height was normal, and their entire body was full of red hair. Even their looks couldn't be clearly seen. Indistinctly, a pair of gleaming red eyes and a fierce-looking mouth could be seen. These red-haired beasts had no intention of communicating with them. Once they arrived, they immediately launched attacks. Shio, 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 they were ridiculously fast as they leapt towards one person. People had no sense of propriety all of a sudden, and those who weren't attacked naturally didn't recklessly intervene, carefully observing. The person that was attacked sneered and said, "Scatter." He swung his sword. 7 flashes of sword chi waved as martial intent manifested and condensed into 7 large mountains, about to crush the 6 red-haired beasts. He cultivated earth-type arts, and when martial intent was produced, it turned into a lofty mountain. This was a phantom form, but its weight was not fake at all. Even those who were his match in strength would feel it unbearable if they were struck. Chapter 481, Un-killable Beasts. Reverie _ The 6 red-haired beasts didn't dodge at all and continued their assault. The lofty mountain came crashing and they each threw a punch at it. As origin power rippled, cracks appeared on the mountain, but it did not shatter. Peng, 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 they were struck one after another but simply stumbled and then fiercely continued their assault. Such sturdy defense. Ling Han nodded. Although it couldn't be compared with his iron sheet body, it was still quite surprising. Spiritual pedestal tier beings that could cultivate such defense were definitely sadly rare. Nothing more than this. The man who was attacked snorted, sliding backwards and raising his sword again. Another 7 flashes of sword chi were fired out. Let's help. The other people could also see clearly that the red-haired beast's strength was not that great, so they were naturally undaunted. However, at this moment, the 6 red-haired beasts simultaneously emitted crimson light and charged past that man's sword chi, arriving before him. 5 red-haired beasts grabbed onto his 4 limbs and head, and the last one clutched onto the body. Pooh! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 5 red-haired beasts applied force altogether, tearing off that man's 4 limbs and head. Blood splattered as if dyeing the skies red. Too violent, and too gory. Everyone froze, such a sight was unacceptable to them. Paw, 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 the 6 red-haired beasts tossed the head and limbs in their hands and targeted another person, charging out in unison. Suppress them together, people hurriedly shouted. They definitely wouldn't be crushed one by these 6 red-haired beasts. The two sides battled fiercely. The humans naturally had the numerical advantage and stronger battle prowess, but these red-haired beasts were like undying monsters. Despite being pierced by a sword or cut by a saber, no drop of blood spilled out, as if they were puppet monsters. Moreover, they had a special ability. When their body flashed with red light, they could ignore attacks of origin power by passing through them, creating a huge problem for everyone. They clearly had more numbers and were clearly stronger, but they were beaten pathetically by the 6 red-haired beasts. Strange, what's this ability? Ling Han muttered as curiosity flickered in his gaze. Could this be another special ability of creatures from the God realm? Master Han, should we help? Guang Yuan asked. Help and be careful. Ling Han nodded. Yes. Guang Yuan immediately charged out, while Yu Kaiyu scratched his head and said, Strange, why should I listen to this guy? As he said that, he also charged out, full of fighting spirit. Ling Han didn't intervene and simply kept an eye out as he observed. He would intervene when Guang Yuan and Yu Kaiyu encountered danger, but he would mostly observe. He had never heard of these peculiar red-haired beasts. As his gaze swept by, he revealed an astonished expression because a surprising change was happening to the dismembered pulps. Strands of red hair grew from the flesh, and as if possessing life, the head, hands, and feet wriggled towards the torso. Soon, the 6 parts assembled, forming a complete human body, but covered with red hair. A new red-haired beast appeared. A flash of lightning streaked across Ling Han's mind as a guess started welling up in his mind. Could these 6 red-haired beasts be the 6 corpses that were annihilated at the earliest time? He immediately dashed out and unleashed the demon birth sword, slicing at a red-haired beast. As sword chi waved, red hair flew into the sky. The red-haired beast was instantly shaved clean, revealing a dry corpse-like body. It even had a few tattered pieces of cloths on it. Luo Hang, a martial artist said quaveringly. He's Luo Hang. I recognize the tattoo on his hand. Ling Han focused his gaze, and as expected, the red-haired beast had a tattoo on its arm. Although it was very hard to distinguish, it was still barely visible that it was drawing of a fierce tiger. Everyone was shocked, Luoheng entered the second layer the earliest and ended up being one of the 6 people turned into a dried corpse by the blood-sucking bugs. Why did he suddenly revive as a red-haired beast? Another one. Someone discovered a 7th red-haired beast, though it just stood up with a stagger, not yet joining the battle. "Where's Su Ming's corpse?" someone said quaveringly. Everyone cried out involuntarily. These dried corpses could turn into red-haired beasts, so why couldn't a dismembered corpse also? Where the hell was this? The dead could resurrect, though it couldn't be counted as truly reviving. Ling Han struck again and activated 2 vein-like patterns on the demon birth sword. He wouldn't believe that a 10th tier spirit tool couldn't kill these monsters. Pu, Piu, Piu, his figure flashed across, and with one strike, a red-haired beast was split into 2. But then a strange thing occurred. The 2 halves of the red-haired beast stuck back together, recovering as a whole. An undying monster. Ling Han decided on spot and said, "Go to the 3rd layer." Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan naturally had no objections to his words, immediately ascending onto the steps and charging towards the 3rd layer. Ling Han stored the demon birth sword and also leapt onto the steps. Even Ling Han, who had such powerful battle prowess, ran. How could the other people dare to tangle? These red-haired beasts couldn't be killed, and even if someone hit a spiritual infant tier law decree, would that be able to suppress them? Ling Han might have ascended onto the steps later than Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu, but he caught up and surpassed them, and with a sudden big stride forward, he was the first to enter the 3rd layer. The scenery immediately changed. This was actually a primeval forest with tall arbors everywhere, countless intertwining old vines on them, thicker and larger than a house. Who knew how many years it took to grow to such a scale? However, in the distance, a divine temple stood erect at the mountaintop, with golden-colored brilliance. Xiao, Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu also leapt over, and then more people appeared. However, not a single red-haired beast charged over, as if each layer had a strict limitation. A-oh. A beast's roar sounded from afar as if it could tear open the sky. Everyone was startled. Even from such a distance, they could feel the terrifying oppressive power in that roar. It was at least a flower blossom tier, and even possibly a spiritual infant tier beast. What to do? Below were red-haired beasts that couldn't be killed, and above were flower blossom, and even spiritual infant tier beasts. It was a true dilemma. Ling Han only looked at the golden divine temple at the mountaintop in the distance. He had a feeling that their answers might be obtained over there, the secrets relating to this divine temple. Go. He nodded towards Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu. The 3 set out and walked towards the divine temple in the distance. The other people shrugged. The mountaintop might not look far, but it was definitely not close by, and who knew how many terrifying beasts they'd encounter. Let's charge back. That's right. Although the red-haired beasts aren't killable, their battle prowess isn't ridiculously strong. It's better than facing spiritual infant tier beasts. Let's go back. Most people turned tail, with only a few people that decided to advance along with the 3 of them. At least with the 3 of them scouting ahead, if there really was danger, the 3 would be first to endure it. However, these people were immediately stunned, because Ling Han summoned the golem and the 3 stood on its back, with the golem carrying them as they flew towards the mountaintop. Chapter 482, The Last Divine Temple. Reverie _ How did this work? The few people that wanted to take advantage of Ling Han were disappointed. Ling Han had a flying tool, yet they could only run on their feet, unable to rely on Ling Han to block perils for them. They immediately gave up on following, and when they turned around, 3 people walked out in a flash. These 3 people looked 30 years old, all male, and emitted a shocking presence, making everyone bow down and lower their heads involuntarily. Flower Blossom Tier Warriors. Respects to Lord Miao, Lord Gu, and Lord Gung. Everyone knelt on one knee, paying respects to those 3 people. Miao Qi Si, Gu Yuan Liang, Gung Jing Sheng were figures on the prodigy roll several generations ago, who had now advanced into the Flower Blossom tier, becoming mainstays of each of their own sects. They might even advance into the spiritual infant tier and become the most powerful figures in the North region. Miao Qi raised his hand, signaling everyone to rise. His gaze was the same as Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingsheng, fixed on the divine temple at the mountaintop. Let's go. Gu Yuanliang tapped the ground with his feet, his figure floating into the air, while Miao Qi and Gung Jingsheng also followed. With the 3 flower blossom tier elite's appearance, even if Ling Han discovered treasure, he wouldn't be able to get it, someone said gloatingly. Just a flower blossom tier puppet, it can't possibly be compared to a true flower blossom tier. So what if he's an heaven-grade alchemist? Adventuring in a mystery realm, no one needs to give them face. That's right, as an alchemist, he should just stick to refining pills. Quite a few people chimed in, all envious of Ling Han. The rock spirit might look a bit foolish and its explosive power starting out was a bit weak, but once its speed increased, it wasn't any slower than a flower blossom tier warrior. They arrived at the mountaintop after only a few minutes. The massive golem landed while the 3 of them leapt down. Although there were various living creatures in this layer, the space wasn't too large. Ling Han had already scanned the surroundings while in the sky and didn't discover any stairway that led to the 4th layer. In other words, this layer was the last layer. His guess was quite right, this last divine temple had a great possibility of revealing the secrets about this place. The golden divine temple was 30 m tall and gold all over, just like the large divine temple outside but shrunken by 10-fold. Small rock, you take the vanguard. Ling Han patted the rock spirit. The rock spirit naturally wouldn't object, walking at the forefront. The 3 followed closely behind. With a flower blossom tier rock spirit blocking the front, Ling Han had enough assurance to store Guang Yuan, Yu Kaiyu, and the rock spirit at the most dangerous time. Beyond expectations, the inside of the divine temple was made of golden walls, extremely bright and unlike those black temples which were empty. There were stone pillars here, only a meter tall and with the top forged into an empty basin shape. The entire divine temple only had 1 layer, so the space was extremely large. Walking inside made the 3 feel their own insignificance. There were no supportive pillars inside the temple. It simply relied on the 3 walls leaning against each other to support the weight. Rows of stone pillars reached the center of the divine temple where a hexagonal object was suspended in midair, circling continuously extremely strange. So fragrant. The 3 of them wrinkled their noses. Eat. The rock spirit also sent Ling Han a thought, but it stared at the stone pillars on the ground. Go eat. Ling Han waved his hand. But don't bloat yourself. The rock spirit was instantly extremely delighted, diving in front of a stone pillar. Its head cracked open, as if opening a large mouth, biting towards the basin. With a snap, it bit off half the stone basin and began to gnaw on it, eating delightfully. The 3 of them ran to the closest stone pillar closest to the hexagonal object and saw that the stone basin actually had a tiny bit of milky white liquid within it which was emitted the surprising fragrance. What's this thing? Yu Kaiyu asked. Ling Han shook his head and said, I don't know, either, but I'm sure that it's definitely absolute spiritual liquid, which possesses extremely great value. So, you guys can get lost. A cold voice sounded as Miao Qi and the other 2 took large strides over, clearly not caring about Ling Han's heaven-grade alchemist identity. In the outside world, heaven-grade alchemists naturally had a status that surpassed the norm, but when contending for treasure, all was based on strength. It was impossible for others to surrender treasures just because someone else was the son of a shattering void tier. It was the same for heaven-grade alchemist. Ling Han said to Guang Yuan and Yu Kaiyu, you guys store away the spiritual liquid. He turned around, waved at the rock spirit, and said, Small rock, come, time to fight. The rock spirit was somewhat reluctant as it was eating delightfully, but who made it acknowledge Ling Han as its master? It instinctively glared fiercely at Miao Qi and the others. It was these 3 who interrupted its delicious meal, making it extremely angry. Seeing the mysterious patterns on the rock spirit, Miao Qi and the others said in astonishment, a puppet? They naturally saw those patterns as formation patterns. They could feel the golem's power, emitting a presence that they didn't dare to look down upon. Master Ling, you might be an alchemy genius that the world reveres, but since entering the historic site to contend, you'll need to have awareness as a martial artist. Gu Yuan Liang opened up. If you force me to attack, I won't show mercy. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, is that right? Stop. Seeing Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu take out a jade bottle to receive the spiritual liquid within the stone basin, there was no way Miao Qi Si and the others could hold back, attacking one after another to stop them from taking the spiritual liquid. Ong! The rock spirit roared angrily and attacked towards them, while Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword and activated the thunder battle armor, slashing at the three large hands of origin power. Pooh! As sword chi waved, Ling Han sliced open the three large hands of origin power, not letting them hit Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan. However, he was only at the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and even with the thunder battle armor's protection, he still couldn't bear the immense shock. Wah! He hacked out blood. It was just like 3 lives corpse casket. Even a shattering void tier elite couldn't possibly crush the casket, but if a heaven tier elite lay inside, they'd definitely be pounded into pulp with shock waves. Being able to block a direct attack and counteracting the power of the impact were two different things. Ling Han was in unexpectedly high spirits. With the protection of the thunder battle armor, he could endure such an impact, and as long as it wasn't a one-hit kill, he could immediately restore to as he was with the recovery power of the indestructible heaven scroll. Of course, it was most important that he cultivated the iron sheet body. If anyone else came, he would be heavily injured with the protection of the thunder battle armor. After all, flower blossom tier beings were way too powerful. Then let's battle. Ling Han said. Chapter 483, Head-on Fight Against Two Great Flower Blossom Tier Opponents. Reverie _ A mere second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier opponent actually dared to say he'd battle Flower Blossom tier 1. Show bold was that? Very bold. If it were someone else, this would definitely be an idiotic action, but severing 3 Flower Blossom tier attacks with on-strike displayed his remarkable strength. That would be naturally bold. I've long heard Master Ling's battle prowess is astonishing, and you once fired out battle prowess of spiritual infant tier 20 stars on the Prodigy Battles test relying on a spirit tool. Looks like it wasn't fake. Miao Qi Si said indifferently. Gu Yuan Liang and Gung Jingxing's expressions were grave. Even if Ling Han fired out such terrifying battle prowess relying on a spiritual infant tier law decree, how many spiritual infant tier warriors could possess 20 stars battle prowess? At least, such a person was unheard of in the North region. Sealing power with a law decree, it could be fired at any time and any place. This was certainly an extremely great coercive weapon, but the problem was how could a sealed attack be truly comparable to a spiritual infant tier's battle prowess? To seal battle prowess of 20 stars spiritual infant tier, how strong would that spiritual infant tier have to be? One who possessed 21 stars spiritual infant tier? Was that possible? There were no deity transformation tier beings in the North region. Very strange. Subsequently, when the news got out, most people didn't quite believe it, assuming that it was exaggerated to bootlick Ling Han, who was a heaven-grade alchemist. However, Ling Han actually extinguished the attacks of 3 great flower blossom tier opponents. This made Miao Qi Si and the others reconsider that Ling Han might actually have a deity transformation law decree. Perhaps it might have been brought over from Middle State. Heaven-grade alchemists naturally had such reputation. They couldn't underestimate Ling Han. Master Ling, why harm our relationship? How about we split the spiritual liquid? Miao Qi Si suggested. Ling Han laughed and then said, I'll hear you out. How do we split it? Obviously, the 4 of us each get a portion, Gu Yuan Liang interjected. Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan weren't content, but in front of flower blossom tier warriors, they had no right to bargain, being forced to keep their resentment to themselves. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, You guys don't look handsome, but your thoughts sure are. Master Ling, you might be a heaven-grade alchemist, but only with cultivation of the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Contesting for treasures in mystery realms, everyone looks not at status, but at strength. Miao Qi Si said coldly, obviously unwilling to give up on the spiritual liquid. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, since it's based on strength, then why do you guys have talked so much nonsense? Isn't this wasting my time? How arrogant. Miao Qi Si and the others were furious. Heaven-grade alchemists were certainly high in status, but you hadn't even formed your own force. Shouldn't you be a little low-key? Moreover, this was a mystery realm. Was it really wise for you to be so arrogant? You might get killed and no one would know who did it. Then, Master Ling, excuse me. Gung Jingxing said balefully. Although Ling Han extinguished their attack with one strike, it was an attack the three fired in passing and Ling Han was injured. Hacking blood repeatedly. Did the immense gap in strength need to be spelled out? Small rock, beat the crap out of them. Ling Han ordered. Hong. Without a word, the rock spirit charged over and attacked viciously. It was in an extremely bad mood. While it was happily eating, they suddenly came over and interrupted Itho. Could it not be enraged? It wished to immediately beat them to the ground so that it could continue to eat rocks. Miao Qi Si intercepted the rock spirit and said, you guys get the spiritual liquid, leave this puppet to me. All right. Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingxing both nodded. With 2 flower blossom tier warriors joining hands, what tricks could merely 3 spiritual pedestal tier foes pull? Master Han, what do we do? Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan both asked. Dress it cold. Ling Han said smilingly. Brother Yu, please hurry with the spiritual infant tier law decree. Yu Kai Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. So soon and he had to use another spiritual infant tier law decree? You thought this was brought by a gust of wind? Even if he was the sole son of Yu family in this generation, his ancestor only granted him 3 law decrees. First, the materials were too rare, and second, to refine one, a spiritual infant tier would need 1 month's time to recover later, so it couldn't possibly be mass-produced. However, confronted with flower blossom tier cultivators, if he wanted to protect the treasure, he could only fend them off with his trump card. While contesting for treasures, it was useless no matter how great one's background was. This was the rule of martial arts. One could be secretly killed as long as the secret could be concealed. Yu Kai Yu revealed a spiritual infant tier law decree and yelled, don't force me to use the ultimate move. Gu Yuanliang sneered and said, if it were a spiritual infant tier warrior that personally came, we would naturally retreat. But a mere law decree? Humph. He shook his head. After a law decree was activated, only one attack could be fired, and dodging it would be the end of it. Conversely, did they not have spiritual infant tier law decrees? Ling Han reached out to block and said, don't waste, it's only 2 guys at the 3rd layer of the flower blossom tier. There's no need to use law decrees yet. Pooh. What did he mean by, only 2 guys at the 3rd layer of the flower blossom tier? Once past this threshold, one would surpass mortals, so how could mortals possibly rival those of the flower blossom tier? Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingsheng were naturally extremely displeased. Even Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu somewhat forced a smile, feeling that Ling Han spoke a bit too boldly. Ling Han waved his hand and said, you guys step back for now, let me take on these 2. Such arrogance. Gu Yuanliang attacked, swatting at Ling Han. This time he was serious, firing out a large hand of origin power that countless vein-like patterns waved around. This was flower blossom tier martial intent, drawing spiritual chi from heaven and earth to drastically increase the power in this palm. Flower blossom tier beings were infinitely stronger than spiritual pedestal tier ones because they could draw spiritual chi from heaven and earth to increase their battle prowess. So no matter how much of a genius one was, such a gap couldn't be overcome. How could a man's power rival that of heaven and earth? Unless one could gather the power of the nation, borrowing other forms of power to contend against the power of heaven and earth. Hong Long Long, the massive hand came assaulting with supreme power. Ling Han fully activated the thunder battle armor as circles of lightning spread out. He never thought of fighting against a flower blossom tier elite with his own strength. He obviously had to rely on the thunder battle armor, and iron sheet body was another trump card of his. What, lightning again? Yu Kai-yu stroked his chin, and began pondering. Is it possible, could it be that this is the thunder battle armor? But isn't the thunder battle armor junior disciple Han's? Lady Li and old brother Guang follow him. Could junior disciple Han and Master Ling know each other and have quite a good relationship? His brains were extremely thick, never thinking of the possibility that Ling Han and Han Lin could be the same person. Hong. The flower blossom tier warrior's large hand came crashing but was blocked by the lightning barrier. Pa pa pa, as the lightning flashed fiercely, the large hand was bombed into pieces. Wah! Ling Han hacked out blood again. The direct power of the bombardment was nullified by the lightning barrier, but the shock wave produced by the immense power couldn't be cancelled. After all, the battle armor wasn't truly activated. Guyuan Liang and Gung Jingsheng were both shocked their attacks were blocked again. Ling Han smiled, and pointing at Miao Qi-si, said, "Your companion can't hold out much longer." The two turned their heads and were shocked again to see that Miao Qi-si was completely suppressed by the puppet. Circumstances were critical. Chapter 484, Superbug King. Reverie _ The rock spirit was a living spirit birthed by heaven and earth, and was definitely not weaker than king tier beasts of the same tier, maybe even a bit stronger, possessing terrifying power and recovery power. Although it had just advanced into the flower blossom tier, its battle prowess was at least 5 stars. In contrast, Miao Qi-si was at the 3rd layer of the flower blossom tier, but his battle prowess was but 4 stars. One still shouldn't underestimate him. Being able to battle surpassing 1 star in the flower blossom tier was already very impressive and could be called a genius feat. Sadly, why'd he have to encounter the rock spirit? His attacks hit the rock spirit's body, only breaking off a few pebbles, and in the next moment, the pebbles flew back automatically like nothing had happened. But what if he were to take a punch from the rock spirit? Then he'd definitely spit blood ceaselessly. Fighting on like this, Miao Qi-si would definitely end up tragically defeated. Guyuan Liang and Gung Jingsheng were both stupefied. This puppet's recovery power was too powerful, and even if they unleashed a spiritual infant tier law decree, would they truly be able to heavily damage this puppet? The key was it really worth to expend a law decree to contend for some spiritual liquid? Miao Qi-si was also hesitating, but such hesitation was also more and more disadvantageous for him. He was hit by the rock spirit's punch, and although he crossed his arms to protect his face, the massive power still sent him flying. With a loud sound, he rammed into the hexagonal object at the center of the divine temple, shaking that object violently. Miao Qi-si struggled to climb up, but suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Even his face began to twist. His previously ruddy face immediately turned dreadfully pale, and even his eyes sunk inwards. He was absolutely appalled, and as he shook his right hand, a law decree appeared. Without hesitation, he pressed it at the object behind him. The law decree burned and a large fiery red hand materialized, shooting at the hexagonal object. Lethal power overflowed. This was an attack of spiritual infant tier. Guyuan Liang and Gung Jingsheng were both shocked and confused. If Miao Qi-si had used a law decree, shouldn't he have fired it towards the rock spirit, and not towards the hexagonal object behind him? Was he muddled from banging his head? Miao Qi-si was also very close, so this attack would also affect him. No matter how it looked, it was a suicidal action. Hong. The flames swirled and the terrifying power pounded. Peng, 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 peng. The stone pillars here were broken one by one. Ling Han was unrestrained as he spread out blood-sucking origin gold, sweeping back all the broken stone pillars and storing them into the black tower. The rock spirit instantly broke into a crooked smile. It obviously knew Ling Han wouldn't fight with it for rocks to eat. When the flames disappeared, what was left of Miao Qi-si was obviously a burnt corpse. Involved in a spiritual infant tier attack at such a close range, even a person at the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier wouldn't have survived. Unless the person was as freakish as Ling Han, possessing defense like Iron Sheet body, and super defense like the Thunder Battle armor. The hexagonal object actually changed. It was originally all black like a piece of black gold, but now it was burned to transparency as if it had turned into amber. When Ling Han and the others saw the scene inside the object, all of them were ineffably shocked. Under the amber, a human-shaped being was locked by 18 iron chains. The iron chains were fastened to the ground, but the strange thing was that no one had noticed it earlier. Above the being was a massive blood-sucking bug. It had a thick and long mouthpart that pierced through the being's heart, as if sucking its blood. This human-shaped being had a body of red hair and was as thin as a match. Apparently, its blood had been sucked clean. The blood-sucking bug was actually a meter long and its wings were golden. It was clearly extracting blood, yet it gave people a feeling of sacredness. How strange. However, it was still puzzling that Miao Qi-si used a law decree to fire at the piece of amber, unhesitatingly taking his own life too. Besides, what material was this amber made of for it to actually receive a spiritual infant tier attack without being damaged at all? Ling Han stared at the blood-sucking bug and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The blood-sucking bugs evidently had higher tier the larger they were. The fist-sized blood-sucking bug was already at the flower blossom tier, and now this one was a meter long, so what tier was it? The heaven tier? The shattering void tier? Or possibly even God tier? If this mystery realm was removed from the God realm, then it wasn't impossible for a God tier being to appear. There were two large monsters here, which were the blood-sucking bug and the red-haired beasts. Now the two monsters appeared at the deepest part of the divine temple, yet seemed incompatible like fire and water. What exactly did it forebode? And previously, why did Miao Qi-si act suicidal? Just when everyone was puzzled, the Super Bug King's eyes blinked, and its body began to lift up. Not that it was fluttering its wings, but the amber that cemented it began to float, as if unable to break away from the fetters. Once it rose, the red-haired beast fell out from the amber, and onto the ground with a thud while the 18 iron chains let out a crisp sound. This scene looked extremely strange no matter how one looked at it. Ling Han stared at the 18 iron chains, which seemed normal, but once examined closely, turned out to be decorated with patterns that lit up slightly, as if they were divine chains. Master Han. Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan both shouted. The Super Bug King flew over shakily, but its speed was truly ridiculously slow. Gu Yuanliang waved his hand and attacked with a slash. It struck the amber, yet had no effect, only making the Super Bug King turn its attention towards him. The thick and long mouthpart pointed at him, and as it sucked fiercely, a terrifying absorption force was instantly transmitted. Gu Yuanliang had no power to resist at all, flying towards the piece of amber. He was obviously greatly shocked, wanting to fly away, but couldn't rival the terrifying absorption power. With a pu, he rammed onto the amber and the sharp mouthpiece instantly pierced his heart. In an instant, his entire body was like a leaked water bag, rapidly shriveling, and his face became dreadfully pale like his entire body was being sucked empty. A dignified flower blossom tier elite was actually instantly sucked dry of all his blood. However, the flower blossom tier beings were still stubbornly strong. Gu Yuanliang took out a spiritual infant tier law decree from a spatial ring, and just like Miao Qi-si, he pressed it at the Bug King behind him. This time, a freezing power swept freely, and the inside of the entire divine temple was covered with ice. At the center of the impact was the piece of amber. It was obviously completely frozen. Gu Yuanliang couldn't escape either. His entire body was frozen, and his face seemed to show a relieved expression. Just now, had Miao Qi-si also tried to take the Bug King down with him because his blood was being sucked dry? However, the Bug King's mouthpart was clearly stabbed into the red-haired beast's body, so how did it suck dry his blood? The layer of ice on the amber instantly shattered along with Gu Yuanliang's corpse. The Bug King flew up slowly and turned its focus on the other peeplight was completely unharmed. Chapter 485, Escape. Reverie _ Go. The four who were alive hesitated no more. This Bug King was definitely not something they could rival. Not to mention that it was cemented in amber and even spiritual infantry attacks couldn't hurt it. If it weren't for the amber acting as a seal, its speed would probably increase by countless times. That would truly be complete annihilation. It'd be even impossible to run. The Divine Temple's most important role was giving sacrificial offerings, so could the ancient people's target of sacrificial offerings be this Bug King? But if this Bug King was held aloft, why would it be sealed within amber? What the hell was that red-haired beast? The Bug King was obviously sucking the red-haired beast's blood earlier, but after so many years, had it still not extracted all the blood? Thinking of this, Ling Han couldn't help but be shocked. That red-haired beast might not be dead. Too strange, this place was too strange. While his thoughts flew, they already fled the Divine Temple. The Bug King was in hot pursuit, flying out shakily as it sucked towards them. Fortunately, its speed was too slow. The four only had to look at the changes in its movement and could immediately react, definitely not allowing its mouthpart to point towards oneself. After rushing out of the Divine Temple, Gung Jingsheng immediately flew away. At the very moment, he forgot to demand the spiritual liquid from Ling Han and the others. His life was more important. Ling Han and the others jumped onto the rock spirit and flew away. The rock spirit turned its head while it flew, still thinking about those stone pillars inside the temple. For it, those were greatly tonic things. The Bug King was still chasing, but its speed was too slow. It was being left further and further behind, and in the end, it was only a small dot in the distance. Xiao, Gung Jingsheng and the rock spirit already flew to the entrance of the third layer. At this moment, there were still several people waiting here. Seeing them return, they all revealed curious looks, obviously wanting to know what was inside the Divine Temple. However, the quick-witted people immediately discovered that 3 flower blossom tier warriors had gone together, but only Gung Jingsheng returned, which meant Lord Gung. Someone insensible approached to get in a conversation. Gung Jingsheng immediately lashed out and slapped the person flying, directly going into the passageway, returning to the second layer. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "If you guys don't want to die, hurry up and leave. Don't ask why, I don't have time to explain to you guys." As he said so, he, Yu Kaiyu, and Guang Yuan also entered the second layer. At the stairway of the second layer, there were still 7 red-haired beasts guarding the place, but since Gung Jingsheng was the first to appear, the 7 red-haired beasts chased after him. Discovering that the 3 of them appeared, 4 of the red-haired beasts continued to chase Gung Jingsheng while 3 others ran over, roaring at the 3 of them. "What the heck are you roaring for?" Ling Han flew out. A sword light swept past and Piu, 3 red-haired beasts were immediately sliced into bits and pieces. "Go." He didn't pause at all, continuing to charge forward. The Bug King behind was too fierce, and if it caught up to them, the odds would definitely be against them. Behind him, other people also ran out. These people didn't know why they were running, but even a flower blossom tier elite fled, so dangers here were obviously extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a dark cloud swept over and everyone was instantly shocked at it was a swarm of blood-sucking bugs. Just when everyone was preparing to battle, a strange scene emerged. The swarm of bugs actually ignored them and flew towards the stairway of the second layer, and into the space of the third layer. Everyone instantly sighed in relief, but Ling Han's expression changed drastically as he suddenly shouted, "Get onto the small rock, full speed ahead." The swarm of bugs entered the third layer. It was extremely likely to be because of the Super Bug King's command, and although the big fellow might move slowly, what if the entire swarm of bugs carried it? Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan also thought of this possibly and were instantly scared pale, hurriedly jumping onto the rock spirit. The large fellow didn't flew, simply storing power in its legs, and Xiao leapt forward several hundreds of meters. Flying wasn't the fastest, only having advantage when crossing over terrain. On a flat stretch of land, for a power type like the rock spirit, the explosive power of its 2 feet was evidently faster. The other people were all confused as to why the 3 of them were scared to that degree, even running away while riding a flower blossom tear puppet. Some were smart, thinking of how even 2 great flower blossom tear elites were lost inside the 3rd layer, possibly contained some terrifying monster. They hesitated no more, hurriedly taking out a spirit talisman and sticking it on their body. Instantly, their bodies sped up and rocketed towards the entrance of the 1st layer. Some people weren't willing to waste one, moving along at their original pace. Who? The swarm of bugs returned from the 3rd layer. Countless bugs revolved around a piece of amber, carrying it and chasing people at a high speed. The few people that lagged behind were soon surrounded by the swarm. The Super Bug King attacked, and one by one, those people were all turned into the dried people. The entire swarm almost didn't stop, continuing to chase towards the people in front. Wang, 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 in the divine temples on the way, swarms of bugs flew out and joined the Super Bug King's troops, making this army even more shocking. It also scared the sense out of those behind, running for their lives. The rock spirit ran swiftly and very soon ran neck and neck with Gung Jing Yuan, making the flower blossom tear elite's viciousness erupt. They wanted to make the 3 remain. In a run and chase, you didn't have to run the fastest as long as someone was slower than you. Making the 3 of them stay would naturally earn him a bit more time. However, thinking of how terrifying the rock spirit was, he gave up on the idea of attacking and focused all origin power on running. The 1st layer's entrance was already in sight. Shio, they entered one after another and then ran separately towards an entrance. Not good, where's Lady Lu? Yu Kai-yu suddenly recalled something. Didn't Li Si-chan stay in the 1st layer earlier? It's fine, she already left, Ling Han said without thinking. Yu Kai-yu was skeptical, but since Ling Han said so, he could only believe it. In a short while, others fled from the entrance. After a few seconds, swarms upon swarms of blood-sucking bugs flew out, as if covering heaven and earth. And at the end, several hundreds of fist-sized bug kings surrounded the amber, serving as foil for the Super Bug King. Hong, the swarm of bugs scattered, flying out towards 3 separate exits. Led by the rock spirit, the 3 of them ran out of the divine temple within a few minutes and were now at the lakebed. This time, they had no time to slowly climb the rocks. The rock spirit ascended into the air and brought them towards the shore. At this time, there were some people who had just arrived and looked astoundingly at the grand divine temple in the lake. Run, there's a big guy at the bottom. If you guys don't run now, you'll be done for. Ling Han shouted. It's Master Ling. Someone recognized Ling Han. Seeing Ling Han run with such haste, some people chose to believe it, but some believed otherwise. Not only did they not plan to leave, they were going down to venture. With a moment, countless blood-sucking bugs flew out, and when the Bug Kings also appeared, it would be an unavoidable massacre. Chapter 486, The Whole Story. Reverie _ In the divine temple on the 3rd layer, inside the golden temple that was 10 times smaller. 18 iron chains locked a red-haired beast that didn't move for a long while, as if a dead man. But after an endless amount of time, a speck of red light surged on its body. It was a drop of blood. Originally, the blood-sucking Bug King's mouthpart was stabbed into its heart, and once a drop of blood formed, it would be extracted. Now, the Blood King was gone, and this fresh drop of blood could stay. A miraculous scene appeared. As the fresh blood circulated, the red-haired beast actually glowed with vitality. The red hair on its body kept retreating, showing a dreadfully pale skin that stuck tightly to the bones. The creature was actually a female, but she was now like a dried corpse, without a single hair. Her appearance could only be said to be scary and frightening. However, after a long while, the second drop of blood formed, and circulated through her entire body. Her vitality was now even more exuberant as her skin became moist and smooth, while her buttocks and bosom rounded up. Long strands of red hair grew till the buttocks and covered her private parts, leaving a hazy view. She was a stunning woman with red lips like fire and delicate features like a painting. filled with coquettish seductiveness. Pooh! A pair of black wings spread out on her back in the shape of bat wings, which were each 3 meters long and without a single feather. She stretched herself, appearing somewhat indolent, but making her impressive places stand out even more. Ding, ding, dang, dang, the iron chains rattled. She clapped her hands and said, "Trapped this lady for 10 millennia, it's been so boring." Without the blood-devouring bug suppression, these demon suppression chains can't trap this lady any longer. She sent out her soul spirit in detection mode and suddenly burst into laughter. She said to herself, Windwing clan suppressed this lady but feared that killing this lady would enrage powerful clansmen who'd wipe them out. Simply suppressing this lady and using the blood-devouring bug king to extract this lady's blood essence, not allowing this lady the chance to escape. It said that the Windwing clan and the blood-devouring bug king entered into a contract, with Windwing clan forever enshrining the blood-devouring bug clan in exchange for the blood-devouring bug king's suppression of this lady. Who would have thought that several millennia ago Windwing clan stopped their worship? It's no wonder that bug king burst into fury. Strange, why does this lady feel that this isn't Windwing clan's ancient land, but like it's been pushed into some abnormal space? Whatever, the priority is to escape. Then find that human youngster. This lady senses that there's some amazing treasure on him. The 3 of them continue to run wildly, and only several hundred meters later did they sigh in relief. Although there were many swarms of bugs, it wasn't so surprising placed in such a large world, and the only strong one was that super bug king. As long as that guy didn't catch up, they didn't need to fear. The 3 of them stopped to rest. The spiritual chi in here was too abundant, they had to cultivate enough time every day, otherwise it would be a great waste. The rock spirit asked Ling Han for a few stone pillars and began to crunch and munch them down. After a few hours, the 3 of them finished cultivating. Their tears increased ever so slightly. The profit this time is truly great. Yu took out a jade bottle, which contained the spiritual liquid. They didn't know what this was, only knowing that it was definitely something good. As to how to use it, they could only stare blankly. Spiritual liquid was good, but it couldn't be eaten recklessly. In the case that it surpassed one's own tier too much, then one could explode and die. Dying from eating spiritual medicine, that would be too embarrassing. Ling Han took it over and said, "Let me study it a bit, I should know how to use it. Let us eat meat first." He took out the lion-headed and crocodile-bodied great beast's corpse and began to raise a fire to cook it. This was a king-tier beast of the flower blossom tier. If they ate the entire thing, it was guaranteed that the 3 of them would explode and die, unable to digest all the benefits. So, Ling Han simply cut off a leg. The cooking pot wasn't a normal iron pot, but a cauldron used to refine pills. To boil a flower blossom tier beast's meat thoroughly, extremely high temperatures were needed. Normal pots would have long melted into liquid metal. As a matter of fact, Ling Han also used strange fire, completely treating this pot of meat as pill refining. He added several precious medicines inside the Black Tower. Quite a few reached 1,000 years old, also adding a few absolute cold ice heart fish. This pot was probably so tonic that it could make spiritual pedestal tier warriors get a nosebleed. Yu and Guang Yuan went to set up a tent. After they had set it up, Ling Han summoned Li Si-chan from the Black Tower, shocking Yu. However, Ling Han and Guang Yuan both said that they saw Li Si-chan run over, making Yu extremely puzzled. When did his senses become so weak, such that he couldn't even tell that a gushing spring tear had run over? Besides, wasn't it a bit too coincidental? They ran for their lives and didn't choose a direction, so what kinf of a lucky coincidence was it for Li Si-chan to have also ran in this direction? However, after a few drinks went down his stomach, he immediately forgot all of this. The 4 began to eat the fish and the meat. Li Si-chan ate only a small bite and glowed with light all over her body again, having no choice but to sit down and operate arts to refine the tremendous medicinal essence. A king-tier beast of flower blossom tier, how greatly tonic a thing this was. Even Yu and Guang Yuan only ate a small bowl and had no choice but to stop, hurriedly activating arts to refine it. Only Ling Han ate bowl after bowl, just like an incarnation of Hunyo the Chowhound, almost making Yu Kaiyu's eyes fall out. He was sure that if he ate so much treasured meat, he would definitely burst. Ling Han savored the delicacy but sighed inwardly. His spiritual pedestal was built too gigantic, and there was one on top and one on bottom. The accumulation he needed to increase one small tier was probably enough for other people to increase a dozen times. This was the price that had to be paid for being invincible in the same tier. Ling Han was troubled but satisfied, eating wildly, and very soon, the pot of fish soup was cleaned. He then began to operate 5 elements heaven-grade skill to refine the medicinal power. Hong, his entire body burst forth with divine light, and a drastic change was happening on the inside. The indestructible heaven scroll was activated and in the process of increasing his physique from iron sheet tier to diamond tier, but the essence of treasured medicine needed for this step was too much. It definitely couldn't be accomplished in a short amount of time. The awkward thing was that the indestructible heaven scroll extracted the majority of the medicinal essence and left pathetically little for him to increase his tier. He wanted to increase his cultivation first, but the 5 elements heaven-grade skill couldn't seize more than the indestructible heaven scroll could, leaving him to utter bootless cries. Whatever, a strong physique was obviously a good thing, and even if he reached the diamond tier, he would only have completed the first layer of the indestructible heaven scroll. As to how many layers this art had, Ling Han still didn't know even till now, because he couldn't understand the following arts at all. It was probably because his tier was too low. Ling Han entered the tent and pretended to rest, but entered the Black Tower. He was going to study the spiritual liquid for a short while. Chapter 487, Spiritual Liquid. Reverie _ At the time, the spiritual liquid only filled the stone basin shallowly. There was pathetically little of it. After loading it into the jade bottle, it only filled half of it. Moreover, Yu Kaiyu and Guang Yuan separated it into 2 other bottles, so there was even less of it. Since they didn't know what the spiritual liquid was, Ling Han entered the Black Tower to prepare to try it out for himself. Inside the Black Tower, he was like a god. Even if he took poisonous medicine, it could be resolved. That's how it should be, right? He asked Small Tower, if I took poisonous medicine in here, I wouldn't die, right? Small Tower trembled slightly and said, if you want to seek death, no one can save you. Those words. Ling Han took out the jade bottle, shook it at Small Tower, and said, do you know what this is? It has a shred of heaven and earth's energy, fairly pure, Small Tower said calmly, but Ling Han could sense a hint of disdain. It was expected, since it instantly devoured primal chaos source rock. Being proud was unavoidable. Ling Han paused, and then asked, can I take it directly? Small Tower pondered, then said, no, you're too weak. Taking it directly will definitely cause you to explode and die. Even the power of the Black Tower won't be able to suppress it in time. It's that powerful? You can try, Small Tower egged him on. Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, I'm your master anyhow. Is it really good for you to urge me like that? A master that can die from eating tonic medicine is too stupid. Just the time to change one, Small Tower said indifferently. Sorry to disappoint you, I not only won't die, but also live for a very very long time, so resign yourself. Ling Han said smilingly. He shook the jade bottle and said, can I take it after watering it down, would that work? Yes, Small Tower said succinctly. How many times does it have to be diluted? Ling Han asked again. About 10,000 times, Small Tower said. Pooh, Ling Han coughed abruptly. 10,000 times? He originally felt that there was pathetically little spiritual liquid, but if it had to be diluted 10,000 times for him to endure it, then this spiritual liquid could really be seen as a small lake. Not only could it be drunk, but even used to bathe in. Worth it. Ling Han laughed loudly. As expected of the spiritual liquid of God Realm, the effects of it were truly amazing. He was going to pour a drop of spiritual liquid into a pond, but pondered a bit, then asking Small Tower, inside the Black Tower, this wouldn't go bad, right? No. Small tower shook its head. Ling Han continued to dump the bottle, pouring a drop into the pond, and then cupped his hand to drink some. Instantly, his mouth was full of fragrance, and his entire person seemed as if it were about to ascend and become an immortal. The energy was too abundant. Unfortunately, the indestructible heaven scroll didn't automatically activate and contend with the 5 elements heaven-grade skill for the energy. This meant that indestructible heaven scroll didn't want this type of energy, and it was impossible to increase Ling Han's physique with it. This made Ling Han both pleased and disappointed. Obviously, this energy was abundant, but its quality wasn't comparable to a king-tier beast's. This meant that the spiritual liquid could only complete the accumulation of a tier. Ling Han didn't really care, at least before the shattering void tier, all tier barriers were non-existent for him. He only needed speedy accumulation in a tier, and having this effect was enough. Spending over an hour, Ling Han finally refined the spiritual liquid. He took out a few jade bottles and dumped into them the diluted spiritual liquid. The original spiritual liquid's energy is too fierce, whoever drinks it will die. This is the diluted version. You guys also take it easy. Brother Yu and old brother Guang can take on small sip every time. As for Si Chan, at most 10 drops. Adjusted according to your personal condition. The 3 of them nodded and took over the jade bottle one after another, hardly able to contain their joy as they already began to take it. Ling Han also entered the Black Tower and chugged a massive gulp for himself, continuing to refine it. However, this was the same as medicinal pills, having a corresponding medicinal resistance. When Ling Han took the 3rd mouthful, he felt that he couldn't completely refine the medicinal power, and the efficiency of it instantly dropped by half. He exited the Black Tower, lying down to rest. Even spiritual pedestal tier beings needed a certain amount of sleep. It was impossible for cultivating to replace it completely, this was mainly to recover some soul power. After dawn, the 4 continued onwards. Some blood-sucking bugs caught up to them, but their levels were normal, so Ling Han and the others naturally wouldn't care about them. They immediately extinguished these bugs in case some of them brought news back and attracted that big one. After half a day, a large wall appeared before them, towering into the clouds. Inside the city was a pillar of light surging into the sky. It was this pillar of light that attracted them to come to this place. Could it be flown across? The 4 of them wondered. Ling Han let Rock Spirit fly up to try, but it only flew a few hundred meters high before falling down, sending a thought to Ling Han which said that up there was terrifying pressure, so it could only fly a few hundred meters high. To be able to cross over the wall, what cultivation did one have to be? The 4 could only walk alongside the city walls. Since there were city walls, then there naturally should be a city gate. As expected, after a few hours, a massive city gate appeared in front. It was about a few hundred feet tall. Anyone who stood in front of it would instantly feel extremely insignificant. There were many people at the city gate. Some were about to enter the city, but more people sat cross-legged on the side. Ling Han didn't have any ideas at first, but he soon discovered that those who entered the city walked very slowly. Some people even revealed a pained expression, even spitting out blood, retreating as if they'd been heavily injured. With the ability to enter the city gates, one will qualify to accept the examination, and become a disciple of the 12 palaces. Beside the city gates were 3 rows of large and flamboyant words. Astounded, Ling Han said, so even without an opening key, one can still receive the inheritance of the 12 palaces? It certainly is so. This sect's 3rd generation founder was an extraordinary genius who passed this test and became an external disciple, receiving some godly arts and making this sect North region's strongest force, Yu Kai-yu said unhurriedly, full of admiration. He paused and then said, actually, the 3rd generation founder had the chance to become a shattering void tier cultivator, but the world's environment didn't allow it. The 12 palaces have strict rules, forbidding the impartment of the palace's legacy, so the 3rd generation founder could only leave his knowledge on martial arts, which still kept this sect standing for thousands of years. If we could receive the 12 palaces' true legacy, this sect definitely wouldn't be weaker than the great sects in Middle State. Ling Han nodded. Becoming an external disciple and acquiring the true legacy was definitely different, otherwise Yan Tianzhao wouldn't want so much that one thing inside the palace. Something that made even a god moved. What sort of treasure could that be? However, even if he had the opening key, he still had to pass the examination, first passing through the city gates. Only then would he have the chance to go to the 12 palaces. It looks like not any random lucky guy can receive the 12 palaces legacy, but one also needed considerable talent. Master Han. At this moment, Lu Yutong's and the others' voices resounded as Qin Yi, Zhu Wujiu, Zhu Xian'er and Co. all walked over. Big baddie. Hunyo pounced over and hugged one of his legs like sticky candy that he was unable to fling off. Chapter 488, The Test at the City Gates. Reverie _ On your way here, did you guys encounter any danger? Ling Han asked. It was alright, we encountered some beasts, which were all defeated by us, and also harvested a few stalks of spiritual medicine. Zhu Wujiu said smilingly. Lu Yutong pulled on Zhu Xian'er's hand, appearing very intimate as she said, It's all thanks to Xian'er. If it hadn't been for her intervention on several occasions, we would have been wounded at least. Ling Han nodded. Their entire party except for Zhu Xian'er, who was at the spiritual pedestal tier, had cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier, and would naturally feel pressure encountering spiritual pedestal tier beasts. If they encountered flower blossom tier 1s, even Zhu Xian'er would only be able to run. Moreover, Zhu Xian'er's master suffered a Dao injury and living was probably already quite difficult for him, so how could he possibly refine a law decree for her? There were definitely all sorts of internal strifes between various forces within a sect. Take as an example the Winter Moon sect. If Yu family's elder died, would Ao family's elder grant Yu Kaiyu law decrees? That was obviously a joke. Can this city gate still be passed through? Ling Han asked. That'll be hard. Lu Yutong shook her head and said, Amongst us, only Zhu Xian'er and Hunyo can easily pass through, but Qin Yi and I fall a tiny bit behind, while Zhu Wujiu can only walk through 2/3 it seems. In other words, to pass through the city gates was more difficult than fighting into the prodigy role. Ling Han looked around and didn't find Yu Kunluan, Yang Junhao, and the others. Presumably, they all passed through the city gates. We're in no rush, let's first go to the side, he said, smiling. After pulling everyone to the side, he took out the leg meat of a great beast, absolute cold ice heart fish, and diluted spiritual liquid. Here, nourish your bodies a bit and increase your strengths, then we'll all be able to go in. Hunyo instantly let go of Ling Han's thigh and picked up the beast's leg meat first, then grabbed the fish, and said hurriedly, Don't grab it, it's all Nyo's. Everyone instantly laughed loudly. Once it had to do with food, the little girl showed her true colors, displaying her Chowhound nature. Ling Han began boiling. Only he could control strange fire to boil out the essence from a great beast's meat. He added in all sorts of medicinal ingredients. Shortly, the fragrance assailed people's noses, making everyone drool. Fairy Zhu, you really have fallen into young Master Han's devilish clutch. Yu Kaiyu said, torn by grief and anger. This was the perfect goddess in his eyes. Zhu Xian'er instantly rolled her eyes, and her pretty face blushed from embarrassment. She'd never seen anyone who was so straightforward. Fortunately, she wore a white veil, and other people couldn't see her blush. Don't you try to fathom my noble moral character with your small puny heart. Ling Han said in a justified manner. Tisk. Yu Kaiyu immediately sneered. After battling shoulder to shoulder with Ling Han for a few days, he naturally became a lot more courageous, and seemed to forget that Ling Han still had the title of a heaven-grade alchemist, treating Ling Han truly like a person of the same age. That was mainly because his personality was this way to begin with, forthright and not manipulative. Ling Han is Nyo's. Hunyo instantly became protective, grabbing onto Ling Han's neck to declare her ownership. Ling Han grimaced and said, You squeeze any harder, and I'll become a dead Ling Han. Hunyo hurriedly let go, kissed Ling Han on the cheek, and then pouted at Zhu Xian great show of dominance. Alright, let's eat. Ling Han fetched everyone a bowl of soup and then gave each person a jade bottle with diluted spiritual liquid. Everyone took the spiritual liquid as wine, and as they ate meat and drank soup, multicolored light soon rose from their bodies. As their blood and qi surged, they all began to adjust one after another. From the order, everyone's cultivation and martial arts talent could be seen. Li Si-chan was obviously the weakest, and although she was better than the previous 2 times, she only ate a bite of meat and 2 sips of soup before she began to adjust. Zhu Wujiao followed, then Ken Yi, and then Lu Yutong, Guang Yuan, and Zhu Xian. However, Ling Han and Hu Hiu were still eating, a bite here and a bite there, snatching happily and showing their monstrous nature. Only when all the food within Pill Furnace was eaten clean, even the soup was without a single drop left, did Ling Han activated arts to refine and absorb these medicines, while Hu Niu even omitted this step. Whatever went into her stomach would be perfectly converted into her spiritual power accumulation. After a few hours, everyone made rapid progress, all itching to try to charge past the city gate. Ling Han didn't care. Even if some people couldn't go through, it didn't matter, since they could all enter Black Tower and be brought in by him. However, other than Li Si-chan, who was devoted heart and soul on alchemy, the others all treaded the path of martial arts, so Ling Han naturally hoped they could get through with their own strength. This was not only an affirmation of their talent and strength, it could also increase their confidence greatly. After all, Lu Yutong and the others all came from a small place like Rain Country, and inevitably had a weaker mentality when faced with the disciples of North Region's large sections. Let's try again. They walked to the city gates, and began to try to pass through. Wang, a terrifying obstructive force, instantly stormed over. They were as if a normal person walking in mire, each step taking a great deal of effort. Moreover, the further they advanced, the greater the obstructive force. No wonder even Lu Yutong and Ken Yi could barely make it. This certainly wasn't very ordinary. There certainly is a knack to it, Ling Han said. Young Master Han, are you mocking us? Zhu Wujiao was almost about to cry because though Ling Han said there was a knack to it, he crossed his hands behind his back and looked relaxed. Ha 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 ha. Hu Niu laughed loudly, ran with large strides to the front, and then ran back with large strides extremely effortlessly as well. Ling Han nodded inwardly. This test varied with the individual. The higher one's tier, the greater the corresponding obstructive force was, otherwise, spiritual ocean tier warriors couldn't possibly pass, and all spiritual pedestal tiers would pass. Lu Yutong and Ken Yi were fierce as their strength improved greatly. They originally only lacked a bit to go through, so this time they were walking a lot more relaxed. It was hard for Zhu Wujiao. After a dozen steps, he was sweating from his head, and his face began to contort, appearing really strained. Ling Han and Hu Niu passed through test at the city gates without any pressure. When they had walked through the city gates by 100 meters, the obstructive force automatically disappeared and returned to normal, while Yu Kaiyu, Lu Yutong, and Ken Yi walked over one after another. Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiao could only walk 3/4 of the way. Young Master Han, we plan on just cultivating here, the two of them said, appearing very resolute. Ling Han thought about it and said, all right, this may be a test, but it's also a good place to cultivate. Every time you guys push yourselves to the limit, not only can that polish origin power, but also speed up cultivation. Yes. The two nodded. Even if they went further, there was nothing they could help Ling Han with and were better off cultivating here, increasing their tier so that they could help Ling Han in the future. Ling Han still put Li Si-chan into the Black Tower. Such a sweet beauty left outside would attract a lot of disturbances, plus she didn't strive for martial arts and had no need to cultivate here. Thus, Ling Han, Hu Niu, Li Si-chan, Zhu Xian, Ken Yi, and Yu Kai, 6 of them continued onwards. Chapter 489, The First Stage. Reverie _ Advancing for a short while, they stopped before a building that looked like a normal house. However, a large amount of people gathered at the door. There, Ling Han saw Yu Kunluan, Yang Junhao, and Rong Huanxian. This 1,000-corpse sect inheritor was still laying inside the 3 lives casket, but other than the casket, he brought 2 other caskets, receiving other corpse soldiers probably from digging up graves. Feng Yi was also here, looking over with a hateful gaze, which slightly startled Ao Feng, since he still didn't know the feud between Feng Yan and Ling Han. Of the 7 sons of Ao family, 3 came in and were all spiritual pedestal tier, apparently more talented. Kai Yu's respect for elder Ao. Yu Kai Yu saluted at Ao Feng. What he thought was one matter, but expressing it was another matter. Ao Feng raised his hand slightly, and that was the it for both parties. What's everyone waiting here for? Ling Han asked White-Robed Sword King. Amongst these people, he had the best impression of Shinzhongchen. When we passed the city gate and came here, a formation spirit appeared and said that there is a test here, and those who can make top 3 will receive amazing rewards, Shinzhongchen replied. Formation spirit? Ling Han was surprised. That's right, this entire mystery realm is controlled by the formation spirit, Zhu Xian Air chipped in. Her master obviously told her this. Ling Han nodded. Although these people entered the 12-heaven mystery realm for the first time, their seniors had come here before, naturally telling them a few things about them. Oh, what are the rewards? He was somewhat curious. Didn't say. Shinzhongchen shook his head. Ling Han's lips twitched. He said, didn't say? Yet you guys are waiting here? It's definitely worth it. Yu Kai Yu opened up. My 3rd-generation founder obtained great opportunities here, and improved in martial arts as if flying ever since then. No wonder these geniuses all halted here and were in no rush to go anywhere else. Conversely, without the key, even if these people arrived at the 12 palaces, they wouldn't be able to enter, so they were better off placing their sights on these realistic rewards. Where's the formation spirit? Let me see, Ling Han said. Maybe he could communicate and inquire about formations with it. It only said a few words then disappeared, Shinzhongchen said. How much longer do we have to wait? The 10th day after the mystery realm opens. Ling Han calculated that there were a few days. Had he known that earlier, he would have roamed around more and perhaps found some precious spiritual medicine. However, no one knew if the Super Bug King would fight its way over. That large guy was definitely terrifying, and if it really caught up, then the people here would all face disaster. Unless the formation spirit intervened. Ling Han didn't know what tier the formation here was, but since it was extracted from God realm, it had to be at least God tier. Everyone waited patiently. The spiritual chi here was abundant, and as a holy land for cultivation, 1 day could be compared to 100 days on the outside. Thus, even if they were sitting, it wouldn't be a waste of time, as their cultivation was rapidly improving. Ling Han was even more outrageous, eating large amounts of beast meat every day, along with absolute cold ice heart fish and all sorts of 1,000-year-old medicinal ingredients. Multicolored rays shot into the sky when they were boiled, making even the flower blossom tier elites swallow their saliva involuntarily. Seeing them eat to their heart's content, the throats of people nearby trembled, swallowing saliva continuously. That was called having a bad craving. Unfortunately, who dared to rob a heaven-grade alchemist? In the North region, some people certainly didn't need to give face to a heaven-grade alchemist, but not giving face didn't mean they could severely offend one. After all, when everyone contended for treasures, no one had a say, but if you tried to rob a heaven-grade alchemist's meal, the whole world would probably ridicule you to death. Some people were quite brazen, such as Chi Hualan and Lin Xiangqin, who came without an invitation and joined their team. Relying on their advantage as beauties, they picked up bowls and chopsticks, fetching some soup and meat, which made Hunyo cry out loud. How could they steal her food? Luckily, other than Ling Han, no one else ate much, so the little girl was only restless for a short while, and very soon started fighting over food with Ling Han enthusiastically. Ling Han, you came as expected. Rong Huanxian approached, sliding in the 3 lives corpse casket. What, you can't possibly also want to eat meat, right? Ling Han pretended to be surprised. Aren't you already a dead man? Do dead men eat meat? Don't be garrulous. Rong Huanxian shouted. He didn't expose that Ling Han possessed a spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things and the secret that Ling Han acquired the key to Sagittarius Palace. It wasn't because he had a good relationship with Ling Han, but because wanted it for himself. Then what brings you here? Ling Han said smilingly. I only wanted to hear your last words since I'll soon refine you into a skinned corpse soldier. Rong Huanxian cackled. And these people around you, none of them can escape. In the entire North region, there probably were quite a few people that wanted Ling Han dead, but to threaten to kill a heaven-grade alchemist in the open. Rong Huanxian was probably the only one. Ling Han sighed and said, So you're here to joke? Yes, let's give an applause. Lu Yutong and the others clapped one after another and also began to laugh. Rong Huanxian didn't get angry, but said in a dull tone, Ling Han, you'll soon know that this isn't a joke. Then I'll wait and see. Ling Han smiled. Humph. Rong Huanxian slid in the casket to go back, but Ling Han summoned Demon Birth Sword, striking at 3 Lives corpse casket, and with a chong, sparks flew in all directions. What are you doing? Rong Huanxian said, irritated. Got nothing better to do, so just hacking at a turtle shell. Ling Han said smilingly as he struck continuously. Rong Huanxian felt annoyed and furious. With the protection of 3 Lives corpse casket, he was obviously unafraid of Ling Han's slashes, but being struck violently by Ling Han like this, he would be embarrassed. Moreover, the aftershock of each attack would spread throughout the casket, and although it couldn't hurt him, the constant trembling still made him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Ling Han strike several hundred times and still had no plans of stopping, he couldn't help but yell out, You done yet? Of course not, you run over and threaten me carefreely, and still want to slip away. Could there be such a simple thing? Ling Han said balefully. Rong Huanxian was speechless. Wasn't it his own cheap mouth that enraged Ling Han? He hurriedly controlled the 3 Lives corpse casket and ran towards the city gates. There were still 2 days before the test, and he wanted to hide for a while, since there were too many people here. Moreover, there was still the formation spirit, and he didn't want to reveal his trump card too early. Ling Han didn't chase. With the 3 Lives corpse casket present, killing Rong Huanxian wouldn't be easy. 2 days soon passed. Wang, a human figure appeared out of thin air. That person looked like a 5 to 6-year-old young child, transparent all over, as if an illusion. Formation spirit. The test has begun. After you guys enter through that door, you guys can pick 3 different opponents and pick the best battle record. Lastly, you guys will be ranked based on the stars of tier surpassing battle prowess. It's a mental space, and only your divine sense will enter, so you guys won't be able to use any supportive methods, but also won't be hurt. The higher the stars you guys surpass, the better the rewards you can obtain. If you're all good for nothings, surpassing only 2 to 3 stars, then the most you guys can get is an Earth-grade art or the sort. Only the first 3 have rewards. Chapter 490, Picking Opponents. Reverie _ The formation spirit disappeared again once it finished talking. Everyone looked at each other as they walked towards the house with a pitch-black door. Nothing inside could be seen. Let's go. Ling Han and the others also walked over. The house seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how many people went in, it never got crowded. Xiao, the instant Ling Han entered, he discovered that he appeared in a sealed circular stone room. The place was large, 100 feet in diameter and 100 feet in height. Recalling what the formation spirit said, Ling Han hurriedly probed and discovered that he certainly lost connection with the Black Tower. His divine sense was extracted out. Hiss. He was extremely shocked. People that lost their divine sense were equivalent to an empty shell, and if his divine sense was forever trapped in here, then his body would starve to death. Even if flower blossom tier beings transcended mortals and only needed to absorb spiritual chi to live, they would still die slowly from age. If the formation spirit wanted to erase them, then it would truly be a matter of a single thought, since it could extract their divine sense, then wiping them out would be just as easy. As expected of a god-tier formation, he didn't even know how his divine sense was extracted. Wang, the young child, appeared and said, "Pick your opponent, what tier and what stars of battle prowess?" Ling Han pondered, and then said, "I'll have the spiritual pedestal tier 20 stars first." "You're at the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so surpassing 18 stars?" The formation spirit was quite human-like as it revealed a shocked expression. "Not bad, if you can truly pass such a test, then placed in the Great Brahma, this would be fairly impressive strength." Ling Han was even more astounded that surpassing 18 stars was only fairly impressive. The Great Brahma? Was this a place in the god realm? "What weapon do you use?" the formation spirit asked again. "Sword," Ling Han said. Xiao, a long sword appeared out of thin air and was stuck next to Ling Han's leg. Ling Han still wanted to inquire the formation spirit about the Great Brahma, but before he asked, the formation spirit had already disappeared. What took its place was an expressionless swordsman of medium stature. It was strong. Ling Han couldn't help but tremble from within. This was a true swordsman with shocking sword intent that was emitted from all over its body, and with only one glance, his soul seemed as if it were being torn apart. His battle intent was burning, and with a sword in hand, he said, "Then let's battle." The swordsman lowered its knees slightly, and then shot out abruptly. Its speed was ridiculously fast. Shua, its long sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a shocking sword light that was piercingly cold. Ling Han was fearless, greeting it with his sword. Ding, 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 the two battled fiercely. This was clearly only a divine sense space, but it was extremely real. The sparks that burst out from the clashing didn't look fake at all. The swordsman swung its word, and instantly 10 flashes of sword chi waved, sweeping towards Ling Han. "Not bad, 10 flashes of sword chi. Now I've really met a rival." Ling Han laughed loudly and swung his sword as well, slashing out 10 flashes of sword chi. Ding, 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 the sword chi clashed and annihilated each other. Ling Han was astounded that the opponent's sword chi's quality was actually no less than his. This was rare. His became overjoyed and said, "Take this strike of mine." He began to maneuver the mysterious 3000. However, before the sword's might was formed, he was forced to stop because the swordsman had surprisingly sensitivity in battle. He immediately fired a slash and stopped Ling Han's strength accumulation. Interesting. Interesting. Ling Han laughed loudly. "You're the only opponent in the same tier that has made me stop my strike." The swordsman only had the instinct to battle, continuing to strike in a flurry. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth and carried out 100 changes 1000 illusions movement art, treading in small steps under the opponent's sword influence. He was still accumulating strength to fire out mysterious 3000 to end the battle right away. The swordsman's attacks were fiercer and fiercer, and suddenly its long sword paused slightly, and as it swung downwards, illusions of 10 large mountains rolled towards Ling Han. Ka, 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 Ling Han's body immediately let out rattle as if his bones were breaking, but Ling Han was not in the least concerned. He cultivated iron sheet body, and his body was equivalent to rare metal of the same tier. To overwhelm his body, it had to be at least a flower blossom tier attack. In this mental space, the formation spirit also accurately replicated his body's toughness, and other than the Black Tower, the demon birth sword, and other weapons which weren't brought in here, other aspects were almost no different from his real body. Ling Han laughed loudly, striking. Shio, 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 thousands of sword lights instantly emerged, slashing fiercely at the swordsman. These sword lights were too concentrated, and unless that swordsman also possessed the Eye of Truth and understood mysterious 3000 no less than Ling Han, it wouldn't be able to charge out from these sword lights like how Ling Han once did, charging out from Yao Huiyu's sword might. However, that swordsman obviously wasn't equipped with the two, so it was hit. Pu. It was also very valiant as it maneuvered its long sword. Over 500 lights of sword chi were actually struck down, but the following ones engulfed it. After all the sword lights disappeared, that swordsman also vanished like mist or smoke. This was originally a mental space, and that swordsman wasn't a real entity. Very good, you pass. The formation spirit appeared once again. You have 2 more chances to pick opponents. Ling Han instead asked, can my results rank first? Limited by the rules, I can't answer you. The formation spirit shook its head, following a prescribed pattern. Can you talk about the Great Brahma? Ling Han changed a question. This was actually what he wanted to ask. Limited by the rules, I can't answer you, the formation spirit said the same thing. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. He pondered, then said, make another spiritual pedestal tier with 25 stars battle prowess. As you wish. The formation spirit disappeared, and another swordsman appeared, more terrifying than the previous one. Each of its hairs moved without a breeze, cutting the air and forming a vortex. Ling Han was shocked. In the vast lands, 20 stars was the limit of a tier's battle prowess, and higher would be crossing into a large tier. However, since the gap between the spiritual pedestal tier and the flower blossom tier was too great, it was impossible to battle a flower blossom tier no matter how strong a spiritual pedestal tier was, so there was a gap in battle prowess values. He never would have thought that the formation spirit really would make a 25 stars spiritual pedestal tier opponent for him. He decided to fight and see. Ling Han charged up and the two engaged in a great battle. This swordsman was stronger than the one earlier as expected, and not just by a tiny bit, but an increase of 5 whole stars of battle prowess. This was also the limit that normal geniuses couldn't surpass. This battle, Ling Han fought extremely arduously. As his body was slashed with countless sword attacks, even Iron Sheet body couldn't withstand it. What made him even more depressed was that he couldn't use the indestructible heaven scroll. The formation spirit actually couldn't simulate this set of arts. Did this mean that indestructible heaven scroll's level was higher than this formation's? Ling still had the leisure to ponder, but after paying a hefty price, he also earned the chance to fire out mysterious 3000. As the sword swept past, the entire sky was covered by sword lights. The second swordsman was truly strong. He actually cut down 1,000 flashes of sword lights. The last 100 flashes struck his body, but he wasn't annihilated, only losing the left leg and the right arm, and getting a large hole on its chest. He still stood up with one leg, holding his sword firmly. Ling Han smiled bitterly. This was battle prowess of 25 stars spiritual pedestal tier, truly fierce. Chapter 491, each with their own means. Reverie _ Ling Han attacked again. Ding, 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 the two battled fiercely. Fortunately, the second swordsman lost a leg and a hand, so its battle prowess dropped greatly. Ling Han finally gained the upper hand. However, he still fought 1,000 more moves before suppressing the opponent, slumping down onto the ground and feeling so tired he could sleep for a long time. According to reason, he was a mental manifestation, so he shouldn't feel tired. This should probably be due to severe mental energy loss, resulting in his feeling of extreme weariness. You can rest for 10 minutes. The formation spirit appeared and, with a swipe of its hand, the injuries on Ling Han's body all disappeared. Ling Han sat down cross-legged. Though adjusting here was meaningless, he wasn't a physical entity at all. He reached out with his left hand and maneuvered a little, and couldn't help but reveal a joyful look because the formation spirit simulated the demonic pattern on his hand. This was obtained from a Jura demon emperor and should be a god-tier entity. Its lethality was also extremely terrifying, at least spiritual infant tier 20 stars. Ling Han changed his mind and said, this time, I want to battle a spiritual infant tier 20 stars. In another testing room, Rong Huanxian was facing an enemy that was a shocking flower blossom tier being. He cackled and said, I am with the corpse, break. An eerie scene appeared. his lower abdomen split open as a corpse soldier wormed its way out. It was a shocking third-tier silver-armored corpse, which could rival a flower blossom tier. If it weren't for my low cultivation, being unable to fuse spiritual infant tier corpse soldiers, I could even pick a spiritual infant tier opponent. Rong Huanxian's face was full of loftiness. However, this is enough. I am only 3 stars spiritual pedestal tier, yet I can win against a flower blossom tier 5 stars. The number of stars surpassed is not something anyone can match. He reached out a hand and pointed at the flower blossom tier opponent, and ordered the corpse soldier, kill him. The corpse soldier immediately charged up. In another space, Yan Tianzhao suddenly showed up. He had been hiding in the shadows all this time, not that he was scared of Ling Han, he was simply lying in wait for him so as to accomplish the goal with one attack, robbing the key in Ling Han's hands. His opponent was also a shocking flower blossom tier being. This is a mental space, and I've combined with a god's memory, so my divine sense is stronger than everyone else's, he said very proudly. My true battle prowess is only at the spiritual pedestal tier, but here, the limit is the flower blossom tier. This was a mystery realm set up by Heavenly River King's 12 military officers. According to legend, Heavenly River King obtained a supreme inheritance, almost dominating the great Brahma. Although he was killed in the end, his name was awe-inspiring, and even his 12 military officers were ridiculously formidable. I'm determined to obtain the Heavenly River King's legacy, but it can only be obtained after returning to the great Brahma. Now, I'll first gather the legacy of the 12 military officers. It'll surely be of great benefit in improving my strength. His opponent's hand stormed over overwhelmingly. It was terrifying flower blossom tier 20 stars being. Battling spiritual pedestal tier 25 stars was probably Ling Han's limit. One more star and maybe he could still win, but what meaning did one more star have? So, he wanted to go big. Spiritual infant tier 20 stars. His destructive power was enough to defeat such an elite. The key was that he saw how these swordsmen appeared, so he lay in ambush ahead of time where the third swordsman would appear. The black pattern was ready to be fired. As you wish. The formation spirit immediately disappeared after those words, while the third swordsman appeared. He was extremely strong too, and discovering that Ling Han was lying in wait for him, although he could no longer swing his sword in time, he fired a divine sense attack right at Ling Han. How fast was a divine sense attack? Moreover, with a spiritual infant tier's divine sense's dominance, a light touch could crush a spiritual pedestal tier being several hundred times. But, who was Ling Han? He had a sliver of a heaven tier's divine sense, so to injure him with a divine sense, one had to be at least heaven tier, right? Under the attack, Ling Han was unscathed, his left hand pressed on the third swordsman's body and the demonic pattern lit up. The third swordsman disappeared right as it appeared. Taken care of just like that. The formation spirit appeared again, and it was evidently speechless. Ling Han pulled a cheap trick in this battle, and it definitely didn't reflect true battle prowess. However, didn't it replicate such an ability from Ling Han's body, letting Ling Han catch the loophole it left? Conversely, if it weren't for Ling Han's powerful divine sense, he would definitely already be shocked to death by the attack right away and there wouldn't be any cheap tricks pulled afterwards. I guess you pass, the formation spirit said, somewhat depressed. It had just encountered a monster, it actually couldn't extract a small little girl's divine sense, resulting in the little girl being unable to participate in the test. Can I not go out yet? Ling Han asked. Wait till the others all finish, the top 3 will receive rewards right here, the formation spirit said. Ling Han nodded and waited patiently. The wait actually lasted a day and a night. It turned out that anyone who came here on the day could participate in the test, but once the day was over, the entire test was declared concluded, evaluating top 3 based on everyone's records. Show, the divine sense of everyone who didn't enter top 3 returned, jolted out of the room. What, I can surpass 7 stars and beat an opponent, yet I didn't make it into top 3? Get out, I can surpass 8 stars. Everyone cried out one after another. They were already so strong, yet they couldn't even make top 3. This was too ridiculous. Yu Kuan-luan, Yang Junhao, and the other previous generation's top ones of the prodigy role all looked terrible. They could even battle surpassing 10 stars, yet they still didn't make top 3, the shock was too great. Ao Feng and others in their 30s had gloomy gazes. They could also battle surpassing 5 stars, which in the flower blossom tier was comparable to 10 stars in the spiritual pedestal tier, because the higher the tier, the harder it was to battle surpassing one's tier. Could the formation spirit not have considered this? They all looked around and saw that there were 15 flower blossom tier warriors here now. Since there had been 15 previously as well, no flower blossom tier warrior made it into the top 3. This made them feel it unfair. It had to be that the formation spirit didn't consider the difficulty of each large tier. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced, either. We're all not convinced. Everyone shouted out one after another, wanting the formation spirit to give an explanation. The formation spirit emerged and said, "You guys are doubting my fairness? Lord Formation Spirit, have you considered the difficulty of battling surpassing one's tier in flower blossom tier?" Ao Feng asked politely. The young child that the formation spirit manifested into sneered, "This lord has lived several thousand times longer than you. How dare you ask this lord such a question?" Unconvinced, someone said, "Then Lord Formation Master, how many stars did the top 3 surpass?" "Yes, tell us. I sure want to see just how impressive the top 3 are." The formation spirit paused slightly and said, "All right. 3rd place, at the spiritual pedestal tier, defeated an opponent at the 5th layer of the flower blossom tier." Pooh! Instantly, many people spurted out saliva and revealed expressions of disbelief. Everyone knew the gap between the spiritual pedestal tier and the flower blossom tier. This was an insurmountable gap, but a spiritual pedestal tier warrior actually defeated a flower blossom tier opponent at the 5th layer of the flower blossom tier at that? Was this not a big joke? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.